the most decorated left-hander in history, back in the final for the first time in 20 years. Ali Pally, please rise to your feet to welcome the one, the only, Mark J. Williams. With his own brand of naughty snooker, the ace in the pack, Judd.
One of snooker's greatest occasions. Who is going to rule at the Palace in 2023? It's the final of the Masters. Judd Trump going for his second title here, having lifted the trophy in 2019. Mark Williams, one of the all-time greats of this great game, going for a hat-trick.
Thank you, Mark.
An electric atmosphere, which is very much a trademark of this great tournament here at Alexandra Palace. And it's Judd Trump to get us underway in the first of a possible 19 frames. 10 will be crowned champion. They'll collect a cheque for £250,000 and the wonderful Paul Hunter trophy. The great man sadly departed, having won this title 3 times in 4 years. How many of those, Dominic Dale, have we seen slotted in from Mark Williams down the years?
Yes, and in particular in this event, some of his long pots, Mark Williams, during the course of this event, have been right up there with his form in his heyday years. I think Mark Williams these days is as hard to beat now as he's ever been in his career. What a final we have in store.
6.
He couldn't have looked more relaxed just before he was introduced to this capacity crowd here. And that's very much his trademark, isn't it? That wonderful temperament. The ability, as Steve Davis used to say, which was the ultimate secret in this game, to play as though it means nothing when it actually means everything. Williams has done that
13.
pretty much better than anyone else throughout his 3-decade-long career.
14.
Mark has said in interviews that you shouldn't try to give
21.
your opponent any insight into how you're feeling, and Mark does that as well as anybody at the top of the game these days. But believe me, winning means everything to Mark Williams. So when he's in a pressure situation, believe me, he'll feel the pressure just the same as anybody else will.
While he can, and further embellish that already formidable CV of his. 7 Triple Crown titles. Of course, he's been a world champion 3 times, twice a UK champion. And he made that tricky shot look easier than it was, but cue ball again, not great.
For me, what Mark Williams does so well, he's able to shut out his opponent entirely from any thought that he may have It doesn't matter whether he's playing Judd Trump, Ronnie O'Sullivan, or a player much, much further down the rankings. He just gets on about his own business, worries about what he does at the table, and doesn't allow himself to be influenced by who's sitting in the chair. But Judd Trump will put Mark Williams under pressure. I think they'll put each other under pressure. One thing is for certain, though, the first player to win a frame will settle quicker first. You don't settle down in any match until you get that first frame on the board, and we've seen in a couple of the matches recently, Jack Lisowski couldn't get his first frame on the board, got whitewashed. Sean Murphy the same by Stuart Bingham. Let's just hope both these players can get a frame under their belts as soon as possible, because then I think we could be in for a cracking final.
30.
Excellent red there from Mark to keep the break going. What a start this was from Mark Williams. A great long red. Judd has only broken off.
Started out in his first match with a total clearance and back-to-back centuries on his way to a 6-2 win over Dave Gilbert.
38.
But it was his performance against O'Sullivan that really caught the eye, because it's a player he struggled with in the past, of course, going into that match with a head-to-head of 33 defeats as against 8 wins, and barely had a shot in the first 3 frames. So to turn that around in the way he did, and then produce a century in the deciding frame with that terrific long red, which was very missable and carried risk, was so impressive. And again, evidence of that
46.
temperament of his, that icy demeanour that he can adopt under the most extreme pressure. And then, as Dom mentioned, a surprisingly one-sided victory over the informed Jack Lisowski. And that was more to do with his all-round game, really, his match play as much as his breaks. There were no centuries from Williams as Trump watches on in this opening frame. But his safety was watertight.
4.
And he made the key breaks and potted the key balls in the key moments. And as he said afterwards, that's every bit as important, if not more so, than a century.
Well, you really can't start any better than this. Mark Williams just a couple of pots away now from taking a 1-0 lead in this best of 19 frames final. Barring snookers, of course. Still 83 points on the table, potentially. Mark, though, is going to need a couple more reds, so we'll need to break open that little group.
61.
How is he? Okay on the black. Just has a bit of an angle to work with. Needs a bit of good fortune here. Well, that top red, that apex red, will actually pot. So what a bonus for Mark. Doesn't need to go into them.
$69.
And that's throwing ball, barring a snooker. Well, this really is the dream start. And
76.
paradoxically, it may even help Judd Trump this, because he knows that Williams has been playing the better snooker of the week. Trump has had to struggle his way through a couple of rounds, and even last night, although on the face of it he won comfortably 6-1, it was rather tighter than that against Stuart Bingham. A lot of scrappy frames, quite a few errors, so this might well inspire Trump. He knows he's going to have to produce something close to his A game today with Williams in this mood. Helps to clear the mind. We'll see, but this is some statement of intent from Williams. There's his wife, Jo. Jackson Page alongside him, his protege.
Possible Total clearance of 141 on for Mark Williams here. What a start that would be. Not just to this final, to any final, any match that you play. Incredible stuff, this. Razor sharp form from Mark Williams, and already Judd Trump having a little bit to think about.
He already shares the highest tournament break with Trump and Hossein Vafaei of 143. So as things stand, they'll share the prize pot, take away 5,000 each.
$98. $99.
This for Williams' 29th Masters century. The 26th of the tournament. If he wins the title today, he'll surpass £1 million in prize money in this event alone.
Yeah, the key thing to mention, of course, Mark Williams in the course of making this break is becoming more familiar, shot by shot, of the way the table is playing. Judd Trump's only had the one shot, the break off, so he's still a little cold.
$116. $120.
If this is a sign of what's to come, we are in for a real treat today.
125.
What an opening from the veteran.
131.
Quite brilliant. A 138 total clearance off the break-off of Judd Trump. It does not get any better than that. His son Joel celebrating that one. A blistering start from Williams. 1-0 he leads.
It's typical of the way he plays a lot of his long pots, just strokes them in at a very, very comfortable pace. Left the cue ball short of the bulk line.
Mark Williams then, fresh from the perfect frame, breaks off in frame two. He's already the oldest finalist since Ray Reardon lost to Cliff Thorburn in 1983. Reardon was 50 at the time. If he wins the title, he'll become the oldest winner. Stuart Bingham currently holds that record. He was 43 when he won it in 2020 against Ali Carter. So how is Judd Trump going to respond to that opening salvo? Freely admitted that Williams has played the better snooker of the two coming into this final, but at the same time backing himself to produce his best in the final. Of course, he certainly did that when he won it against O'Sullivan in 2019. One of his best ever performances, he says, in beating O'Sullivan handsomely 10-4, having won the first session 7-1. Looking for that sort of inspiration today, and on the evidence of the first frame, he's going to need it.
Judd's safety shot wasn't the very best. Mark had a choice of pots there. The easiest one was probably the one to the right corner, but positionally, the more difficult red of the two which Mark took on there was perhaps potentially the more profitable. Now, at first glance, I think he may have got away with it, Mark. The middle red of the three would cut in, but can he get past the first red to make the potting angle? And I don't think he can. Speculative attempt at a plant. Has he fluked the red? Well, would you believe it? Look at that. Judd Trump's first pot in this final is a fluke. And can he cut the blue in?
Blue ball.
Trump getting a bit of luck there. He's needed a bit of luck at times in his run to this title match. As he clips the blue in. Could easily have lost his first match to Ryan Day, perhaps should have done.
6.
Extraordinary match. Day had the chance from Snooker's required to clear up with a free ball, but missed that free ball Brown, which let Trump off the hook. And then, of course, edge past Barry Hawkins by the odd frame before last night's match against Stuart Bingham, which he said afterwards he'd felt the best that he'd felt all week during that match, even though, as mentioned, quite a lot of the snooker was fairly scrappy.
7.
Bingham unable to get anywhere near the level he'd produced in beating Murphy by whitewash in the previous round. So he's here through sheer determination and matchcraft, and of course he's got bags of that, Trump. He knows how to win. He's a proven winner. That's why he was able to win 11 ranking titles in 2 seasons. Didn't always play his best during that period, but found a way to get the wins. But surely today he's going to have to raise his game if he's to lift his second Masters title.
Judd previously had a look to see if that black would pass the red. It probably did, but it has to be right in behind it to feel good enough about potting it. So could only really leave this next red from distance. Had Judd had a better angle on the pink or the blue, this could have been a beneficial little cannon to the pack of reds, but I don't think he has a good angle to work with here on either blue or pink. The red to the right of the pink spot will pot, and Judd tried to play for it there, but he's a long way away from it, and I don't think the angle, as you can see, is particularly favourable, so to take this on would be, I think, an unnecessary risk. Superb confidence-giving pot from Judd, but I wasn't sure he could get through for the black there, running through the edge of the pack, and it was a valiant effort, and he nearly got there. Now, does he take a very difficult blue or pink on? He's opened the red, so it's potentially more risky now.
Green ball. Judd Trump, 19.
Even that was a very well spotted shot that Mark Williams played. He was able to attempt the red to the right corner, use the red next to it as a shelf, if you like, to deflect the cue ball back towards bulk. Not that many players spot shots like that these days. And that's too thick from Judd, so a half chance again for Mark. good red. Probably could have done with just flicking the brown there. He's very straight on the yellow. The blue's rather thin. But being left-handed, if he can reach the yellow, he should be able to draw the cue ball back. Just miscontrolled it slightly. Played for the red next to the black.
Free.
But if the red next to the cue ball pots past the one that's on the top cushion, I'm certain that it does, he's still in good position. Phil, I think that red turned out, you know. I think Mark felt that was in.
Yeah, the body language would certainly suggest that's the case. He was surprised to see this not drop. So here's another chance for Trump to potentially level this final.
Well, having seen that replay, I'm pretty certain that red just deviated a fraction. It doesn't normally happen. And with that red now over the corner pocket, Judd could easily play a cannon into those 4 reds below the pink spot just to open the frame up a little. He already has a handy lead. For me, he's got to play the pink here. I'd certainly be playing a cannon into the 4 reds. What will Judd decide to do? Oh, that's quite nicely controlled. I think Judd intended exactly that, just to catch the edge of them. That's all he needed to do.
Eight.
Judd Trump is contesting his 8th Triple Crown title. He's won 3 of the previous 7 finals, I should say. You can debate whether the World Masters and UK titles that make up the so-called Triple Crown are over
16.
exaggerated in their importance compared with other big events, like, for example, the Tour Championship, or previously events such as the China Open. Certainly Judd Trump says he doesn't feel defined by these trio of events. He treats every tournament as though it carries equal importance. But at the same time, he added that he's mindful that if he is to be regarded as one of the all-time greats by the end of his career, he needs to win more of these. He's won 3. Neil Robertson, for example, has won 6. Mark Selby has won 9, the same as John Higgins. So you can be certain he'll be very motivated to get his 2nd Masters today. He's been a prolific winner in the other events. And of course looking for his first title since the Turkish Masters last season.
A few shots ago, Judd potted the black slightly too thickly, left himself low on the red. Couldn't avoid cannoning other balls, didn't finish well on the yellow. And positionally, that one's just gone astray a little as well.
Judd Trump, 20.
The other thing to say about that, of course, is that time is still very much on Trump's side. In terms of adding to his Triple Crown tally, he's still only 33. Neil Robertson now 40, Mark Selby shortly turning 40, so there's bags of time. But no time like the present. Handily placed in this frame with 75 still on the table, 42 in front.
1.
Oh, that's a terrific pot. It really is. It had to be absolutely bang on from Trump at that angle.
Certainly studied the situation before giving the pot full consideration. In the end, he decided it was worth the risk. Steve Trump there looking on, and his wife. They'll be in Cheltenham in a couple of days for the World Grand Prix.
Yeah, because Mark Williams has made the final here, his match, which was scheduled to take place tomorrow in that event
6.
against Jamie Jones, has been rescheduled to Tuesday afternoon. That tournament, of course, the World Grand Prix for the top 32 this season.
7.
And this is exactly the reply that Judd Trump was looking for. Just played the one shot in the opening frame, the break-off. Mark potted a terrific long red, made a total clearance of 138.
13.
Williams missing a red to this left corner
14.
earlier in the frame, which he clearly felt did deviate slightly enough that the red stayed out, and it's proved expensive. We've spoken all week
20.
about the importance of getting an early frame to settle the nerves. Trump himself has made that point. The importance from his own point of view in building confidence early by striking early, and after that brilliant start from Williams, the need to do that was
27.
magnified, and he's done it convincingly. This really does have the potential today to be
28.
something extra special. Two players with so much skill. Born winners, big occasion players who relish this
33.
unique Ali Pali atmosphere.
34.
And it's a pretty respectable opening, isn't it? 138 total clearance from Williams. Trump responding impressively to level it up.
41.
Well, looking at this fine array of shots that both players are playing,
43.
I've seen enough to suggest that this bedcloth is very responsive. It's running very quickly. Both players will be
46.
really enjoying conditions out there.
$50. 55. 61.
Judd Trump joins the Masters party early. A 61 break in response to Mark Williams' total clearance of 138 in the opener, and we're level at one frame all. And then Stuart Bingham putting on a brilliant show, surely his best performance since he won this in 2020 against Sean
Thank you.
Murphy.
Take your seats, please.
Williams doing the same to Jack Lazowski.
Judd Trump to break.
Judd Trump breaks off in frame 3. 8 in this first session, a possible 11 tonight. And certainly the indications would be in all sorts of ways that this is going to be tight. This is the 27th best of 19 frame final in the Masters. The first over the 19 frames was in 1996 when Hendry beat O'Sullivan. Prior to that it was, for the most part, the best of 17 frame final, and since then the most common score in the final has been 10-8 and 10-9. Those two scores occurring on 6 occasions each, so given the calibre of these players and the way the match has started, every chance that we'll be going to the wire or very close to it. Williams back in early.
Judd Trump has played 2 break-off shots now, and neither of them have been at all good from his perspective, and it's costing him. Didn't play another shot in frame 1. And Mark Williams once again pots another good long red from Judd's break-off shot. Can he once again go on to make a sizable break? No reason why not. If Mark can leave himself fairly straight on the red to the left of the pink. Oh, he's played an unusual shot for me there. I'd have been looking to leave myself straight on the red to the left of the pink to roll it through. Leave the cue ball parallel to the black to go into the pack of reds, knowing there's 2 loose reds right by it to be on.
Yeah, good pot with the rest,
11.
but because it was that much more awkward, position has been lost. Certainly prime position anyway.
Mark Williams, 11.
I just wonder if Mark missed a bit of a trick there by not playing for this red that he's actually left for Judd Trump now. Good attempt at the brown, but there was a bit of pressure on it, and it was far from easy.
1.
Didn't sound the healthiest of contacts, I have to say, but Judd does appear to still be on the black.
Trump leads the overall head-to-head between this pair convincingly, 10 wins to 5. This is their first ever final.
8.
They've been in a couple of memorable semi-finals, Tour Championship back in 2019, which went to a deciding frame. Trump won on that occasion, but of course that was eclipsed by their most recent meeting, that extraordinary semi-final at the Crucible last season, when Trump at one stage left 12-5, 14-11. Williams came back to lead himself 16-15.
9.
And he's managed to execute the double to keep the break going. There were 9 centuries in that semi-final. Williams made 5 of them, ultimately in vain, but what a match it was. Genuine Crucible classic. Are we in for something similar today?
Now, this is excellent work from Judd Trump. A few shots ago he plotted the black again too thickly, left himself low on the red, couldn't cut it in, had to double it. He's kept the break going, and this has worked out beautifully for Judd Trump.
17.
He could have played for the loose red, Judd.
22.
Easy to say in hindsight, but he just didn't generate enough pace into the cue ball there to open the reds nicely. So narrow lead in this third frame. Needs to find a good safety though, particularly with that red that's quite close to the right corner. We've seen evidence enough so far that Mark is very dangerous with the long pots.
Judd Trump, 22.
Didn't get enough pace into the red there, Judd Trump, and Mark can certainly cut this into the right centre. But with the cue ball so close to the cushion, can only play it with topspin, so he won't really know where the cue ball's likely to finish. Chance that the cue ball could cannon other reds here. Well, too thin, and because Judd won that second frame to level the match up, there's a little bit more pressure on Mark. I think it's a little unfortunate from Mark's point of view. He wasn't tested in his semi-final against Jack Lisowski, who really did underperform.
One.
I have a feeling Judd would love to see the back of this brown. I think there's been a couple of times where he's looked to try to get onto it.
7.
We'll be playing the blue here, I'm certain. Now he went into the reds from a similar position on the other side of the table, and it didn't work out too well for him, so I wonder if he'll take the risk this time. Still a loose red to play for.
But
You'll need to be careful, Judd, because even though those 6 reds are rather detached from one another, you do still have those 4 in a line at the back, so going into them from the black may not work out. But I don't think he can go into them from there. He's too straight.
Trump, the most recent addition to the very exclusive club of players who've won all 3 Triple Crown titles. Of course, he won the Masters in 2019 with a brilliant display against O'Sullivan, which he eclipsed with his performance against John Higgins in the World Final a few months later. But he's missed that red.
Judd Trump 20.
And he'll have to settle for a 31-point lead. Still 75 there.
Judd had no choice from the black to play for that red, however. It was the only possible ball he could leave. Didn't have the angle to go into them. But he's eking out a useful advantage in this third frame. 31 points the advantage. Mark shaping up, it appears, to take this red on.
Cued it very well, didn't miss it by a lot.
Mark with this deficit of 31 points, taking the opportunity just to open the reds up there, knowing that if he gets an opportunity, they're all there for him. Now Judd can certainly pot the red that's to the left of the pink spot. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him take it on, but if he wants to play it with a modicum of safety, he'll have to play it with a bit of pace. There is another red that will pot into the left corner, but it may be a little bit more risky. Just wonder if the two reds below the pink spot, you know, could be a plant for this right corner. They don't look far away to me. They're not. Miscontrolled the cue ball there, was playing for the black. Just didn't get hold of the cue ball. Now what happened there? Did Judd get a bad bounce?
Well, you heard the gasps of the crowd here. What a chance that was to move 2-1 in front, but having lost position on the black, things are a bit harder now. Got into it too much, seemingly.
Well, for me, Judd can't take a colour on now because I think there would be an element of frustration involved in taking a difficult brown or blue on. For me, he's got a chance to put a colour safe here and try to protect that lead a little. Problem is, he does have the problem of hiding that red that's near the right corner. And that could be a reason that Judd does decide to take on a difficult pot perhaps, but if he does miss a colour and it doesn't go safe, they're all there for Mark Williams for a counter-attack. These are all those decisions that you have to make as a professional player.
He did opt to take on the colour. And he has left this red for Mark Williams, so this is a significant early moment early in the final. Judd Trump missing a great chance there to clinch the frame when he lost prime position. But Williams doesn't punish him, and now Trump's got another chance to clinch it.
Since making that 138 mark has made an abundance of errors, but it just shows, doesn't it? You can be absolutely fantastic 1 minute and it takes just fractions of loss of timing to miss a number of pots, and that's what Mark's doing at the moment. And both of these players undoubtedly are wary of each other, and quite rightly so.
Yes, Trump has the better record, as mentioned. He's won twice as many of his meetings with Williams, but Williams has played the better snooker, which Trump has acknowledged in getting to this final. But that was a real let-off for Trump, because having lost position and having elected to take on the tough blue and having left Williams what for him was fairly straightforward red from distance, this is a bonus opportunity to get this third frame finally won.
$16. 17. $22.
So the frame one now. Williams counting the cost of the misread to the right corner just now.
23. $30. $31.
The naughty snooker these days tends to be saved for when the frame is well and truly won. That wasn't always the case back in the early years of Judd Trump. but he'll be delighted, having sat
31
out the first frame, to that
frame.
brilliant total clearance from Mark Williams, to have responded with back-to-back frames. A few errors have crept in to Mark Williams' game. Trump has taken advantage of that, and he edges in front by 2 frames to 1.
Thank you.
Only to be denied at last.
Mark Williams to break.
Williams looking to recapture the excellence of the first frame as he breaks off in number 4.
Good cue ball from Mark. I just wonder if that red, though, that's just to the left of the blue is cuttable. Has it travelled far enough up the table for Judd to be interested in it? Could be taking this on. Oh, it's a good one. But where's the cue ball going?
1.
I don't think at this stage of a final Judd would risk the yellow, would he, into the centre pocket. He has the cue power to manoeuvre the cue ball in and out of bolt for one of the loose reds, but it's a power shot.
Yellow ball. Judd Trump 1.
Just look how clever that shot was from Judd, using the yellow to block off the path to the red, the brown and the blue, blocking off this left-hand side of the table. Just checking if he plays a safety shot off the side of the pack, that there wouldn't be a chance of a red ending up near this right corner somewhere. Just look at that auditorium. Packed house here at the Alexandra Palace. What an atmosphere to play in front of.
Judd Trump said ahead of the final that the buzz here is unrivaled. Mark Williams shares those sentiments. The atmosphere, he said, like nothing else. And it's going to be a case of who can thrive in that environment the best today, produce their best when it really matters, to get to the 10 frames required to be champion. An early chance for Williams in this 4th frame as he looks to share this session, which he'll feel is the least he needs after the start he made.
Potted the red much too thickly. If he's on the black, he's very fortunate, because I'm sure he'd play for the pink into the left corner. Look at that. It's still very, very tight as to whether that black goes, you know. It looks as though it does, doesn't it? But that red to the right of the black could still just be in the way. Can't take this on if there's any doubt at all. You'll miss it on the thick side for certain. In snooker they say that your first sight is the best one. Mark's had a look at this on numerous occasions.
The red goes in, but no position, or rather the black goes in, I should say, but no position on a red. Holding his hand up because he was fortunate to be on the black. But it doesn't look as though it's going to be overly expensive for Trump. Or will it? Or will it? Oh my goodness, what a pot. Again, cue ball not great.
No, he didn't roll that one in, Mark. He played it with a degree of safety in mind, but he'll be disappointed. After attempting such a difficult pot, he's not really on a colour. The yellow would cut in, but it's absolutely tissue paper thin. This blue would be a real test mentally as much as anything else.
Mark Williams, 9.
Potted a great red to launch the century break to deny O'Sullivan in the quarterfinals. And there was actually quite a delay before he took that red on to the right corner and stroked it right in the middle of the pocket. Such a gutsy shot. Typical of so many he's produced in big moments down the years, Williams. This is bound for the pink.
Foul and a miss. Mark Williams, 6. Yep.
Those previous telestrator lines, I have to say, are not ours, but that is definitely a shot choice
Can we just check that
Judd could
please,
consider.
Tatjana, I'm not sure whether it went into the pocket.
Referee Marcel
Should I
Eckert
take it off?
just asking
Maybe?
for some help from our
Just the
marker
smallest
here.
touch, that one.
Youngest ever officiator of a world final when he took
perfect.
charge of Ronnie O'Sullivan's 6th World Championship. There's Tatjana Wollaston helping him out as marker. Still only 30 when he refereed that final between O'Sullivan and Kyron Wilson.
Yep.
Patsy Fagan in the house, former UK champion. What a player he was.
Judd's parents just sitting below Patsy Fagan, the UK champion, mid to late 70s. That's an excellent safety shot from Judd Trump. Mark Williams in a spot of difficulty here. I can't see a path back to bulk that he can find with the cue ball with ease. But on closer inspection, I can't see a path back to bulk at all. Could conceivably try to drop the cue ball amid the 3 reds just below the pink, but it has to be very precise. So he's playing the 2 cushion escape here with side spin, trying to glance off a red. Misjudged it, but it's always better to miss them completely than
Trump 4. Yeah.
fail by hitting the red too thickly. But these are never easy to judge. Quite often the problem with this shot is if you catch the red just a little too thin, the cue ball cannons the blue.
Foul in the miss. Shot run 4.
Now, can Mark see any red full ball, full in the face? If he can,
Reach the position.
he'll be warned, and he can. So he'll be warned here.
Mark, it's your third attempt. Full face contact is available. If I have to call a miss this time, you're going to lose the frame.
They're all explained perfectly there by Marcel. Because Williams can hit a red full ball, he has to hit one this time. Otherwise it's 3-1 trump at the interval. That would be some drama.
Yes, you don't need to be able to see a red left and right. You only need to be able to hit a red or ball on, to quote the rule correctly. In this case, the reds on the table, so the balls on are the reds. You only have to be able to hit one full in the face.
And being able to pot one full in the face is handy in those circumstances. How often do you see that, though, when a player's hand is forced by that rule and they end up potting one? But what a great pot it was, nonetheless. Tight to the baulk rail. Brilliant from Williams.
Absolutely. And once again, played it in Mark Williams' style. Just rolls it in. Oh, he's missed the yellow.
Did he take that yellow for granted?
Mark Williams.
Well, that could be an expensive error from Williams after the brilliance of the red. Just assumed he'd pot the yellow, thinking about getting onto his next red. Chance falls to trump. It was a thin cut, but of course Williams expected to get it.
It's a yellow you wouldn't miss. Not really 1 in 10, but it was better for Mark to pot it on the thick side positionally. But not that thick, and Judd's played this
1.
very well if the black pots. Surely that black pots. I don't know why he got up off the shot so quickly. This looks perfect to me. Surely that red goes. The black, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, plenty of room for it.
I only think that Judd was trying to avoid the cannon on the black, but couldn't have worked out any better for him. Just needs to get nice position again here on the black, and the frame is at his mercy.
9. $16. 17. 24.
Having broken off in the first frame and sat out that superb total clearance from Mark Williams, if Trump could emerge from this mini session with a 3-1 lead, what a result it would be for him. He's played solidly. Williams has made a few mistakes since that opening salvo. Not least the yellow just now, which left Trump in for this chance to take that 2-frame advantage. Of course, he beat O'Sullivan in his first final 4 years ago.
33.
The precursor to his first World Championship, when he made 7 centuries against John Higgins, beat him 18-9 to become the 11th player to complete the full set of Triple Crown events.
40.
You can see there, can't you, that some of the spectators are quite a long way away from the table, but they can enjoy this electric atmosphere
41.
Just needs one nicely played positional shot here, Judd Trump. And that's not really it. He's okay on the red in terms of potting it, but this was the mistake from Mark Williams. That yellow just an inch from the pocket jaws, but wasn't quite struck thinly enough.
44.
37 points the lead, so Judd Trump won't need either of the two slightly awkwardly placed reds along the top cushion. Mark Williams hoping he still might get back to the table here. Judd does need to play one good positional shot. This isn't completely straightforward.
That stat is telling insofar as Williams was perfect, of course, in the first frame. 100% potted every ball to clear the table. So
49.
The fact that he's now down at 84%, indicative of the pots that have gone astray since then.
50.
And it's now looking as though that miss yellow, thin though it was, is going to cost him this one. Just one more red required.
$55.
Trump doing the maths. Only 43 left if this goes in.
56. $63. 64.
'So can Trump now go on to complete
71.
a 30th Masters century?
72.
And if he does, Phil, it will be career century number 888. If you like round numbers.
$79. 81. 84. 88.
Mark Williams was warned by referee Marcel Eckhart that he had to hit a red or forfeit the frame. He proceeded to pot the red quite brilliantly off the baulk cushion, only to then miss the thin yellow to right centre, and this is the result. Judd Trump punishing that mistake to the full. With his 30th Masters century, he set out the first frame to a brilliant total clearance from Mark Williams, but since then, it's Judd Trump who has held sway in the early stages of this Masters final. He leads at the first interval by 3 frames to 1. So the second half of session 1, advantage Judd Trump. Mark Williams couldn't have started any better. A 138 total clearance.
Try to settle down now, thank you.
But since then, he's missed 9 balls. And 2 key misses in frames 3 and 4 have cost him. The red in the 3rd frame, the yellow in the 4th, both resulting in frame-winning breaks from Judd Trump. So work for Williams to do. Not a great break-off from Trump to start this second half of the opening session. Another 4 frames coming your way this afternoon. Williams looking to win his 3rd Masters title 20 years after his 2nd, when he beat Stephen Hendry for the 2nd time in the final in this event. And that would eclipse even his achievement in winning his third world title, 15 years after his second Crucible crown. Further evidence of his extraordinary longevity, and looking for a fast start after the interval, Don. This is an early opportunity to do some damage.
Judd Trump is really struggling with his break-off shots.
3.
The first of which cost him the first frame. What will that poor break-off shot cost him, I wonder?
4.
Mark can play for the loose red at the back of the pack into the opposite corner here from the black.
Again, the interval so often proves to be a significant element
11.
to a match of this significance. It was certainly beneficial for Williams to get off the table after the misses that was creeping into his
12.
game. Judd Trump, having won 3 on the bounce and having just made a century, his 30th here at the Masters, would have preferred, I'm sure, not to have that 20-minute gap. But the errors keep on coming from Williams.
Mag Williams, 12.
Just 12 from that opportunity. Misses a black off its spot.
Mark doesn't particularly enjoy playing shots with a lot of power. Oh, Judd is cute right across that. Intervals in all sports can make a big difference. They certainly can in snooker, and both of these players are trying to re-establish that focus and concentration that they spent 4 frames building up before that interval. Judd cute right across this.
Looking rather accusingly at his tip there. That was a surprise. But as we've seen in his path to this final, it's been a little precarious for Trump. There have been quite a few errors on his way to the title match. That's a good pot from Williams.
1.
Certainly was a good pot. I think he was hoping for a little more backspin out of the cue ball. This is a testing yellow. And now a chance for Mark, I feel, to play for the black, to leave an angle to go into the reds with. Be handy to have the black in play because the pink's tied up.
4.
I think he did play for the black, but he's overrun it, so we'll possibly have to play the yellow here and go into the pack of reds. If Mark feels he can pot the black and play for the loose red that's behind the black spot, all well and good, I suppose, but it's a big ask.
Eleven. Mag Williams, 11.
Pretty eventful start to proceedings since the interval. Both players missing pots.
Don't know if Judd feels he can take on that red that's to the right of the main bunch there into the corner pocket. He feels that there's a gap he can play the cue ball through. He may well take it on. Problem is he may just catch one of the reds, that's why he's refusing it. Pace is okay, but will he cannon the pink?
Foul and a miss.
Does.
Mark Williams, 6.
We've seen a lot of that this week here at Alexandra Palace. Players catching the pink when looking to nestle into the bunch.
Back here, no problem. What's this, Judd? Yeah. Foul and a miss. Mark Williams, 6.
Judd expecting the cue ball to just skid a little more than it's doing. But it's better to make the mistakes that he's making rather than to skim off the reds and leave Mark a good opportunity, which could potentially cost him a lot more than 12 points.
Third attempt. If I have to call a miss this time, you're going to lose the flame.
So Trump facing a similar scenario that Williams did in the frame before the interval, having to hit one because he can do so, full in the face. Similar result, he's knocked in a long red.
And it's finished very nicely on the green, thank you very much. Perfect angle on it. This was a red that I suggested he could have taken on before, but you saw he did cannon into the balls. Well, that little cannon could have made a big difference, because for me, Judd can play the red that's near this left corner and play for the pink.
One of the many curiosities of this game of snooker,
5.
that Judd Trump could conceivably win the frame off a shot he didn't want to play and twice refused.
The black doesn't pot anywhere, so Judd could do with potting that red that's near the left corner. I'm assuming that the pink spot's going to be occupied, which would mean it would have to go on the blue spot. We'll find out very shortly whether that's the case. Oh, sorry, the black spot's free. What am I talking about?
11.
Well, that's handy because the pink will pot, I think, into the right corner. Judd can play for it now.
12.
Didn't need to worry about going into the reds.
18.
This back red will pot into the same pocket. I just wonder if there are any chances of potential plants.
19.
2 sets of reds together. Every chance that there's a plant somewhere.
$25.
All sorts of options for Judd here in rolling this red in. We'll leave
26.
Mangle on a bulk colour to either play for a red or to be able to go into that little group of 4. Well, there aren't any plants into this right corner. I don't think there are any to the left, so we'll probably have to play into that quartet of reds. Doesn't need to go into them with too much pace. Very nice.
28.
Beautifully controlled shot there from Trump, wasn't it? Just the right pace to disturb that quartet of reds. Could well be a frame winner. Although he wasn't anywhere near his best last night in beating Stuart Bingham 6-1, which wasn't really a reflection of the balance of play in that match, he did say that he felt the best that he'd done all week. He also said that he felt that his best game was in there waiting to come out. This is the red he knocked in, having been warned by Marcel Eckhart that he had to hit one. Could turn
36.
out to be a frame winner for him.
37.
He's certainly showing signs of the old confidence trump. He is a big occasion player. He's proved that time and time again. The only player ever to win 6 ranking titles in a single season.
44.
Backed it up with another 5 the following season.
44.
Set the standard so high in terms of his consistency that inevitably anything subsequently was going to seem like a disappointment. A la last season when he won a title and was runner-up in 2 others, including the World Championship.
50.
And that was regarded in some quarters as something of a slump, but it wasn't possible to sustain
51.
the level of excellence that he'd achieved. Now he's just looking to get the old swagger, the old self-belief back, and the signs are very positive here. Excellent pot
57.
success of 94. He's virtually 10% better now than Williams in that regard.
58.
And he only needs the pink for 4-1, barring a snooker. And as Jimmy White said, this frame guarantees Trump nothing worse than parity
66.
going into this evening's concluding session, but with a chance to press on and really put the heat under Mark Williams.
69. $73. Judd Trump 73 and the flip.
A break of 73 from Judd Trump, launched by the long red after he'd been warned that he had to hit one to avoid losing the frame. He's won it to extend his lead to 4-1. And ended up leading that semi-final before being pipped at the
Seats,
post.
please.
So
Frame 6.
plenty of time for him.
Mark Williams to go.
But he needs to cut out some of these errors which have not been a feature of his run to this final. Three more frames to come, 10 the target for the title.
Something that a lot of the professional players back in the 80s used to say to the up-and-coming professionals that are dominating the game in the modern era is that if you made a century break, it sometimes just caused issues. You'd struggle afterwards. Now, it seems to have happened with Mark Williams. I just wonder if Mark had have made an 80 or a 90 in that first frame, whether he'd have played a little bit better subsequently than he has done. He hasn't made a 30 break since knocking in that 138. There is a reason for that. I just wonder what it is.
There's evidence that sometimes stats don't really mean a lot. Trump well down in terms of safety success, but it's hardly hurting him. on the scoreboard. Of course, Williams made that total clearance of 138 in the opener off Trump's break-off, and we saw another poor break-off from Trump after that. But he's won 4 out of 5 frames. It's more like it from Williams. Crowd certainly getting behind him. He felt against Ronnie O'Sullivan towards the end of his comeback victory that he actually had more support than the home favourite. Above all, this capacity crowd want a close final. And with that in mind, they'd like to see Williams respond to this somewhat precarious position he finds himself in at 4-1.
Eight. Nine.
Well, that excellent positional shot from Mark has set him up nicely now. Just 3 frames remain of this opening session of the final, including this frame.
16.
You do feel that Mark needs to win 2 of them to just be a couple of frames down.
17.
To win all 3 would be a fantasy. Cue ball nearly got away from Mark, but it's okay. Hasn't really opened the reds much, but with the 24 points lead that he has and the 3 or 4 reds in open play still, it's looking good in this 6th frame.
25.
Nothing at all in the way of a break since the opening 138. In the 4 frames he's lost since. Needs to be very
32.
careful with this red, Mark Williams. He's close to it. He'll be rolling it in almost pocket weight, I feel.
$33.
Again, that hasn't worked out for Mark. He went into the reds at pace, but hasn't really developed all that many. The cue ball's just wriggled away into a little bit of no man's land. Has a choice of 2 reds, one to the yellow pocket, one with the rest along this side cushion, neither straightforward.
Yeah, there was pressure on that.
Mark Williams, 40.
40 in front, but bags of points there for Trump to make a counter.
Mark doesn't expect to miss a pot like that. Ordinarily he wouldn't. But Judd Trump is a player that does create pressure upon you. Just his very presence is just so dangerous. Very good cue ball from Mark Williams. The green is hiding the right-hand side of that little group of reds that Judd would like to play a safety shot from. Well, Judd consider a long red as a choice of two into the left corner, the one next to the blue, and the middle one of the three near that left-hand side cushion. He definitely took it on. Now, has he left a red to the left centre for Mark here?
One good pot here from Williams.
One.
And he could be in to stop the rot here after 4 consecutive frames from Trump.
Seven. Eight.
Williams going for his 8th Triple Crown title today. One of only 3 players in history to have won all 3 of them in a single season. Stephen Hendry twice and Steve Davis the only others to do it.
Can we make sure that's switched off, please? 15.
Mark just looking at the 2 reds below the pink to see if they're a plant to the right corner, because he's a little low on his intended red to the left corner. It's probably a little thinner than it may appear. Just wonder if the pink pots into either of the corner pockets. I think it may pot into this left corner. Maybe it's a little tighter to the right.
$16.
Just fighting for position here, Mark Williams is a bit straight on the black. What can he conjure for us here?
$23.
Well, you can see the 2 reds below the pink. There's certainly a plant. He may also be on the lowest red of the 4. Going back to the plant. 63 points the lead. Just needs a red colour red.
$24.
Well, this is not a gimme with the rest. Frame still to be secured for Williams. Well played. The crowd willing
31.
Williams to close the gap here. Just this red, as Don mentioned, required to make that happen, barring snookers.
32.
Judd Trump took on a long red, missed it by a distance after Williams had missed on 40.
$36. $37.
Trump's 4-frame winning streak bound to end here. A vital frame for Mark Williams just to restore a little equilibrium. He would have been irritated at some of the balls he'd missed previously too, directly costing him frames 3 and 4.
44.
During the course of this frame, he's guaranteed to make 2 breaks over the 30 mark. And those will be just the first 2 breaks over 30 that he's made since that wonderful break of 138 in frame 1.
52.
Williams made the point himself after his whitewash win over Lazowski that it's not really about the centuries, it's about those frames which you win with smaller breaks, key balls that could be missed, that could let your opponent back in. He's been so good at doing that throughout his career. They're the more
58.
telling ones in some cases, and this has been a very important break for Williams.
59.
Nowhere near his highest of the tournament, but in some ways the most significant because it's kept him in touch in this first session.
$66.
Still the chance of a century.
$67. $73. $75. $78. $82. $87. $93.
This black then to tie Judd Trump's Masters tally of 30 centuries. A very timely intervention from Mark Williams, who had struggled since clearing the table with his first visit in the opening frame. He stopped the rot and closed the gap to 4-2.
4-3 or 5-2, big difference.
87 frame, Judd Trump to break.
Trump leads the head-to-head, remember, 10 wins to 5. This is only their third 2-session match. Trump has won the previous 2, both in a decider. Tour Championship and, of course, the World Championship semis last season.
Well, that's Judd's 4th break-off shot, and it's easily his best, but he very nearly left that red on. That cue ball behind that pack of reds. Judd will be taking this on.
One.
Oh, beautifully, beautifully potted. Right into the heart of the pocket. Good angle on the blue to go into the pack of reds. Excellent.
That was the shot of a player getting the old swagger, the old confidence back. couple of pots reminiscent of Trump in his pomp, and
6.
this tournament has been as much about perseverance for Judd Trump as anything else. For a lot of this week, he's not been anywhere near his best, but he's scrapped it out, he's stayed patient. He's potted the important balls when required to win a couple of final frame deciders. Is that champagne snooker returning for Judd Trump? Not an easy pot with the rest, but
Judd Trump 6.
he would have expected to get it. Grimace from Trump. Williams back in quickly.
After going into the pack of reds the way he did, Judd would have been hoping to be on a much simpler red than that. He's been a little fortunate not to leave Mark an easy red to the left corner, but there is still a chance at one to the right corner. Mark just considering the possibility of making a plant of the two reds near this left corner, but my goodness, they're very much offset. There is another red that will cut into the same pocket. I'm not sure this is as easy as Mark thinks it is. We'll find out. Well done. Very well played.
And bang behind the black as well. Listen to the roar. The crowd sensing a shift in momentum in this first session.
Eight. 9.
Got to go back to the semi-finals of the German Masters for the last time Williams got the better of Trump. An emphatic win on that day, 6-1. Even more emphatically defeated Graham Dott in the final, 9-1. That, of course, was a precursor for his third world title. And that magnificent final with John Higgins.
17.
Just a little further away from this red than he'd like to be.
25.
And he's underhit that by a long way. This black's a bit of a thin cutback now. The cue ball, certainty to go into that pack of reds, so needs to be very careful here. The pot is essential.
$32.
Mark Williams definitely going in the right direction with his pot success,
33.
which was down in the low 80s between frames 2 and 5, but is now back in the 90s.
$38.
He's capitalising Mark from a few half errors from Judd Trump, something he wasn't doing in the last 3 frames before the interval.
$39.
Was a bit unlucky, Mark, there. He had a choice of 2 reds, but was dead straight on both of them.
$44. 45.
Mark could have played one of his more customary slow drag shots. He'd have had a better angle on this black. He's rather straight on it, so may have to play for the red into the left centre now, perhaps. Could be that the red just below the pink will also pot into the left corner, but I'll have to screw back off the side cushion for that. That's what he's chosen to play. Judged it well.
52.
Judd Trump got in with a great red, but then missed a tricky one with the rest. Williams clearly
53.
didn't want that cannon, judging by the way he leapt up off the shot.
Yes, don't think Mark expected to cannon quite so much of the pink. I don't think he'll be taking the pink now. It may be the slightly more missable black. He's even considering the blue. 47 points the lead. That won't count for a lot if Mark makes a mistake, given the position of the reds.
That was an excellent pot from Williams. There was pressure on it, as Don mentioned. Nothing safe to save him.
59.
Had he missed it, he was hampered with his cueing, but he's drilled
Go
it
on,
in.
then. Please, move. Thank you. $60.
67 left, 54 the lead. Does the pink go? I think that means no.
Got to put a colour safe here. As you say, Phil, 54 ahead, 67 remaining. Not a ball safe. This was a good pot, but from near the side cushion could only play it with topspin. And was a little unfortunate not to be on pink or black. If he puts the brown near the left-hand side cushion, the cue ball would advance behind the green towards a bulk cushion. It's going to be difficult to block off all pots here for Judd Trump. But getting a colour safe, I think, is of paramount importance in a situation like this.
Mark Williams, 60.
Another very good break of 60 from Mark Williams. Not quite a frame clinching one, but he's bought himself a bit of insurance with that brown now on the side cushion. Mighty close to being on the pink to close the frame out there. But still chances for Trump.
It's not the best safety from Judd. That cue ball could easily have been much closer to this top cushion. I'm just wondering whether Mark can attempt this red into the yellow pocket. I'm sure he did. Oh, it's gone in. Amazing.
Wow, that's some fluke. 55 now the lead. Frame ball. Things are turning in this session. Mark Williams beginning to play better, getting a very good run of the ball just now. It's just the one snooker.
Oh, when he made a mess of the attempted long red to the yellow pocket, I thought, oh no, this is a disaster for Mark. He's just developed the brown that he's put safe. And then the red went in off it, so Lady Luck shining on Mark Williams there.
.62 the deficit for Trump, just 59 there. And that red surely sets the seal on this 7th frame for Mark Williams. And this first session now has a very different look about it. Judd Trump with 4 on the bounce. Williams was missing pots that he hasn't been this week. But he's now given himself a chance to get out of this session.
4.
Level at 4 each. The first goal from 4-1 down has been achieved in winning 2 of the 3. But now he has greater ambitions. It was a very healthy slice of luck just now with the fluke that allowed him the chance
11.
at frame ball, which he potted. All part of the game. The key is to make the most of it when it comes, which he did.
$19.
This is the red in question, which he hit all wrong, but look at that. Off the brown and in. Bit of a sickener for Trump, that one.
24. $26. 29.
Mark Williams is on the comeback trail. 4-1 down. He was struggling a bit, but he's won back-to-back frames to close the gap to just 1 with 1 to play in this session. Judd Trump leading 4 frames to 3. Take 2 then. Mark Williams breaking off in the 8th and final frame of the first session of the Masters final. Whatever happens in this frame, it's going to be the final session to savour, but if Williams could win it, what a bonus that would be from 4-1 down. Equally, Judd Trump would leave the arena feeling a little frustrated, having been the better player, having sat out the opening frame.
Judd attempted that red, but again didn't cue it well at all. Almost went in off, which could have been disastrous. Oh, well, the shot that Mark has just played could have potentially left a possible 3-ball plant for this right corner. Let's just have a look, see what happens here. No, it wasn't far away. Mark was nearly very unfortunate there, but that's not a bad kiss. Without it, that red would have been left.
I'll say Trump would have been concerned as the cue ball came down the table. Brown's come to his rescue. Probably feels he's due a bit of good fortune himself after the fluke from Williams in the previous frame. Well short of pace.
And a miss. Judd Trump, 4. Yep. You can't now, can you? Well, this way? Slightly? I move slightly this way. Yep, Judd.
Mark Williams saying it doesn't really matter because he's playing the same shot here regardless. Better pace this time.
That red that's near the right corner is the one that could cause both players problems and playing safety shots into the bulk area. That's why Judd has chosen to remove it, even though he couldn't quite get the cue ball where he wanted to.
This session has zipped along, average frame time of just 15.5 minutes. The longest of the match, the third, which was only 17, beg your pardon, the fourth, which was 18, just under 19, but it's been brisk stuff. And the crowd are lapping it up. Hottest ticket in town.
Judd would like to play a safety off the pack of reds, but he's got to be careful because of the red that's on the top cushion near the left corner. It's easy to accidentally cannon into it. So in the end, he felt he could only roll up into the pack as a containing safety. If Mark Williams wins this 8th and final frame of the afternoon session, I can't help but feel that Judd will be disappointed. But he may feel that he's missed the boat somewhat. Had a lead of 4-1, remember. If he doesn't get 5-3, I don't think he'd be very pleased. Mark attempting a double there. That always looked risky to me because even where he's left the cue ball, that red that's just behind the black was certainly potable. He really didn't need to take that risk.
1.
Patience is a virtue, Phil.
Yes, he got it pretty badly wrong, didn't he, catching the pink as he did. So, first really good chance of this final frame of the first session falls to the 2019 winner.
Nine.
He will feel that on the balance of play he deserves an advantage. He's got a chance to make that happen.
I'm looking forward
16.
to the next black that Judd attempts. He'll try and leave the cue ball fairly parallel to the black, I feel, here.
17.
Well, okay. Perhaps had a touch too much angle on the red to hold for the black. So decided to go up for the blue, and he could have played it a little better. If he goes into the pack direct, he'll have to really power this in. Is he going to come off 2 cushions? Hang on. Oh my goodness me, how close was that red to going in?
Well, it did a
22.
tour of the lip of the pocket, didn't it? I'm sure Judd Trump's heart would have stopped for a moment, but what a good pot it was from Trump, showing his famed cue power there to get the necessary action on the cue ball to get into the
23.
reds. Would have been cruel luck on him. As it is, 27 in front. Good chance.
This was the pack opener from Judd. I was reminded there of the unfortunate mishap from Ryan Day in his deciding frame with Judd when he went into them. And the red went
31.
into that very pocket, and it cost him frame and match.
Judd was the first to acknowledge in the Eurosport studio afterwards that Ryan had been incredibly unfortunate. And those are the sliding doors moments, aren't they? In matches can be the difference between bowing out early in a tournament and going on to win it.
38.
Judd has completely misjudged that positional shot, was playing for red into the right corner. And this red to the left centre, although it looks a certainty, is still pretty thin. Controlling the cue ball from it, not a certainty either. It was quite close to the black with the cue ball, so had to almost jab the cue ball in striking it. Couldn't play it smoothly. And he seems rather loath to play this red to the left centre. I can't see a problem myself.
$39.
In the end, there wasn't one. He's played it beautifully. Excellently controlled. Judd has spotted that the 3 reds are in a line for this right corner, so if he goes into the pack of reds here from the blue, he needs to be very careful not to inadvertently make that plant.
Yeah, you can see he is very concerned at that scenario playing out here. But he's okay. He's on a red.
44. $45.
Mark Williams took on a double early in this frame and didn't get close. Caught the pink. Just given Judd Trump an opportunity to emerge with a 2-frame cushion.
I think that's at least
52.
the 3rd time that Judd has gone into the reds. But this time, they've fanned out beautifully.
53.
I don't think there's much doubt that this is Judd Trump's most assured display of this year's Masters so far. It's not been a perfect performance, but there's definitely been more of the Trump that we saw when he was
58.
a serial winner for 2 straight seasons. He's been searching for that old confidence since then.
59.
He's had to scrap it out on many occasions, not least this week. A couple of times in coming through deciders. Mark Williams resigning himself to being 2 behind, but given he was 4-1 down, 5-3, not so bad for him either.
66.
So we're in for a fascinating final session.
67.
And it is going to be Judd Trump who will emerge with an advantage. His family cheering him on.
$74.
Could we now be looking at the 4th
75.
century of this session? Just a reminder that 1-4-3 is the best. 3-way split in that regard. Williams,
80.
Trump and Hossein Vafai.
81. 88. 89. 29.
No century to finish, but Judd Trump ends the session on a high with a break of 89 to take a 2-frame advantage into the final session of the Masters. Mark Williams with 2 frames of his own to close the gap, but it's Trump who leads 5-3.
Greats of the sport, Judd Trump and Mark Williams for the Masters in 2023. Trump is in front at the halfway stage, 5-3. There's a long way to go. It's first to 10.
Not when the players down for the shot, please. Thank you.
Crowd just all settling, ready for what promises to be a very exciting evening of snooker. There were several times during the week it didn't look like Judd Trump would be in the final, but here he is leading it. Mark Williams, I think most people would feel, has played the best snooker before today, and he has had 2 centuries. He started with a 138, he's had 100 exactly, but he finds himself a couple of frames behind, but possible 11 to play this evening. We've not, I'll say this right at the start of the night, we've not had a decider in the Masters in the final for 13 years. That could maybe change here.
Oh, it sounded terrific, this, didn't it, as the red ball hit the back of the pocket. He started really well with that 138 Williams. And those 3 centuries made for a very good session of snooker this afternoon. 1 or 2 significant errors, but ultimately good play. There were no centuries on the Saturday, both semis. First time that's happened since 2006. But we knew that wouldn't last today. I think the significant point of what we saw this afternoon was that Judd Trump played his best session of snooker that he's played all week. And obviously no surprise that he should choose the final to do it, because he's got a great record in finals. But Williams ultimately, his overall game looks in great shape, so we can expect a,
6.
as you say, potentially a close game, even a decider here.
Well, I'm sure the crowd would love that. Early frames, of course, significant for Williams, just looking to stay in touch as we head into the last interval. Of course, he could be in front. It's the beauty of the long matches. There's time for things to turn around. Only 8 occasions in the history, though, of the Masters where the player trailing at this stage has gone on to win the title. Mark Williams was one of them in 1998. Paul Hunter, of course, did it 3 times.
Just leave it down, yeah.
Yes, and I always think about Paul Hunter, much missed.
11.
You get to a night like this, the Masters finally lit up the conference centre. Did Paul. It's very fitting that the trophy is named after him.
No flash. It was this guy over there, wasn't it? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, someone had flash on their camera phone, which obviously is not ideal.
No, we do, though.
The thing is, the crowd, quite understandably, get whipped up into a frenzy before it all starts, but obviously when the match starts, then it helps if everyone just cools down.
Nineteen.
Well, I think the problem there was that he didn't pot the red cleanly. Had he potted it into the centre of the pocket, I think the cue ball would have either missed the black or hit it somewhat differently. He tried to go around the back of it, but he caught the red thick. So at the moment, he hasn't really hurt Trump. The long pot is not necessarily going to cost him, unless he somehow keeps the break going here. That's what he's trying. It was never quite there, was it? Always hitting the near jaw at reasonable pace.
20.
Wanting to remain attacking and positive. This was never quite in.
Well, that was unfortunate. Loud noise somewhere just as he was about to play the shot.
One.
I think in that scenario, you're always kind of happy to see the player pot the ball after that.
Yeah, never looked like missing it in the end. But he would like to have been on the other side of the blue to get the reds open. It's not so easy from this. He's got to really screw into these. It's hard to hit the bunch. That was always the concern. Sliding off them.
8.
It's been a quick match, certainly. Average frame time, just over 15 minutes. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if we didn't get a couple of more lengthy frames tonight, as obviously we get nearer to the end. As $250,000 to the winner. Judd Trump looking to become the 11th multiple Masters champion. And Mark Williams, if he won it, he would be the 7th player to have won at least 3. Another great long red from the Welshman.
1.
Yeah, I think he needs to remain very positive and play the shots.
Mark Williams 1.
Obviously, in a roundabout way, this could be a decisive red that he's knocked in because he's got the snooker, which is not easy. I mean, yes, he can hit one, but leaving one safe. I think in an ideal world, he'd try and hit one of the bottom reds. Anyway, what an atmosphere we've got. I love the silence after the introductions, which are absolutely superb.
Foul in the
amazing, isn't it? I mean,
Mark Williams 4.
it's one of those where you don't know he's missed it until you hear Marcel Eckhart say he's missed it. He could have easily just glanced it, but get the feeling that he's on the right track.
Yeah.
Well, this is hit harder. This is no good. This is no good. I was thinking about that, Dave. It's one of those where he got so close. I don't think you make an adjustment. You just play the same shot again and hope this time you hit. The adjustment is so minuscule that you can overcompensate, and I think that's what happened.
So let's see if Mark Williams, who laid the trap, can take advantage and narrow the gap at the start of the evening. He won the first frame with a 1-3-8, but went 4-1 down, of course.
8. 9.
I think we can talk about all of the frames being important, but at 5-3 down, it's very important for Williams to come out and win early frames.
16.
Otherwise, the match can be gone.
Yes, Mark Williams, who turns 48 in 2 months' time. The oldest finalist at the Masters for 40 years. His compatriot, Ray Reardon, was 50 in 1983. And, of course, it's 20 years since he won it for a second time, 2003. But the thing about it is, this is not some sort of rocky story where someone has been missing in action and sliding down the rankings. He came here as one of the top seeds, world number 7. Of course, he had the real resurgence a few years ago when he won the world title, 2018.
25.
Won a ranking event last season, the British Open. That's the remarkable thing about it, the fact that, and it's the same with O'Sullivan and Higgins as well, still very much at the top of the game.
Well,
32.
Played on that red up into the yellow pocket, the top left, I guess. Thought he was going to play on the bottom red into the left corner, but he was woefully short if that's what he did try. So there's more work to be done. 53 is a good lead, but nothing safe. Going up to the bulk end with this cue ball.
30.
Very well played shot again, very measured. He's got a wonderful routine going into these shots. If you watch him practice, when Lee Walker is overseeing it, goodness, that is serious practice. There's not a word spoken for 2 or 3 hours, 4 hours. Just the odd nod here or there. Very intense stuff, and it's paying off. Well, he wanted to play the blue ball
38.
for reasons that now that Judd can only tie, but it slightly compromised his positional options. But I understand why he played it. Puts him in a strong position, but not one that can't be turned around.
Mark Williams,
He
30.
needs blacks, of course, with these 4 reds, does Judd Trump, which he's not out of the question.
Well, Mark Williams knows all about respots at the Masters. He won the final here in 98 at Wembley Conference Centre. And, of course, Judd Trump against Ryan Day. Day had the respot to beat him. Difficult pot at 5-3, but that could have been it in round 1.
Yeah, on that last shot there, Judd calculating that he couldn't get on the black. That's why he didn't play it. Yeah, he had as you say, a black into the top right pocket, and that would have been Judd out. It was out of his hands on that shot. And of course, we saw Ronnie O'Sullivan have that in the first round a few years ago. His opponent missed, and then he won the tournament.
Well, somebody moving or doing something in his eye line. Marcel needs sort of about 20 pairs of eyes here to watch everything that's going on.
I think he's an excellent referee. I do think he's very good, Marcel. He's on the ball.
Yes, he put up a little thing on Twitter. He's completing his own Triple Crown because he has refereed the UK in the World Finals.
I think to reinforce Mark's position in this frame, obviously pop one, that would reinforce it completely, but otherwise getting reds away from the black would be handy, which means potting a black with all the reds will be more difficult. Good safety shot though. It's coming around nicely, this. Just not quite hard enough. This Mark is almost stalking the shot he's going to play. A lot of practice, as I say, has gone into those, and it's paying off. Terrific, very clean pot as well. Again, frame is over.
Yeah, he's looking very sharp from the off here. One thing you can't question with Williams is his bottle. He's a man for the big occasion. You could say the same, of course, about his opponent, and that's why I think we're looking forward to what could be a very tense evening here. High quality as well. Williams, most importantly, pegging Trump back by winning the opening frame.
14.
Yeah, Lee Walker's been very important to him because he was the one who suggested the sight right method when Mark was very much in the doldrums. You go back to 2017, it was 40 years at the Crucible. They had the big parade. Mark wasn't there. He hadn't qualified, didn't want to be part of it, and was sort of questioning his future. But Lee suggested to him that
23.
He had a look at the sight right method and it made all the difference. Just got him his confidence back. Of course, all the work he's put in as well. It's got him back to where he should be.
30.
The match with O'Sullivan was, well, before today anyway, the match of the tournament. Just such high quality on Thursday.
32.
And this was the sort of snooker he was playing in that match, particularly at the end.
$35.
Yeah, I mean, I think the kind of lead 5-3, you know it's a handy lead, and it would make Judd Trump a shorter price favourite than he started the match at, but there's a lot of snooker to be played this evening in this match
39.
to decide who is Masters champion. A lot.
$44.
So Williams looking sharp so far this evening. Important for him, of course, in these early frames, and he's won the first one. So Judd Trump's lead in the final is reduced to 5-4.
Thank you. Take the seats quickly, please. Frame 10. Mark Williams to break.
So Mark Williams has won the opening frame of the evening, 5-4 to Judd Trump. there is the Paul Hunter Trophy. It's the 4th Masters Trophy. Stephen Hendry at one point won 5 in a row and was given one to keep. And when the previous sponsor departed the scene, this one was established in 2004.
There's not really a great deal that he can do here worthwhile. Just play off the red, I suppose. I mean, sometimes you look for clever shots, but ultimately you just have to put distance between the balls. And that was one of those cases. I think one thing applies to the pair of these. Their safety is going to have to be great because they're both so good, such good players at long range that unless you play an immaculate safety shot like the one we've just seen, then anything is possible.
Yeah, and Trump is a bit more schooled in that side of it than maybe Jack Lisowski yesterday, who was pretty much schooled completely by Mark Williams, who just controlled that match. It's an interesting sort of clash of generations. Mark Williams is looking to add to his legacy, which is already formidable. And, of course, Trump is trying to move himself up the sort of pecking order to be thought of alongside the likes of Williams and the other great champions. Of course, he's already won this Masters before, but it's when you start becoming a multi-champion that you move up that pantheon.
Certainly it would be a big psychological blow in favour of Williams if he could get back level in this match. At one point he trailed 4-1. He's had a little look at the bunch. If he's going to play off the left-hand side of the pack, then clearly you have to be careful with these, not to push a red on. I think he believed that that was going to be fine, and it was a well-played shot. Pretty good, this. No access to the left of the bunch now for Judd Trump. That red at range is one that, if you could put him in that world final that he won, 2019, he would have knocked this in. Just like that. It's a superb shot, and It'll worry Mark Williams because he hasn't always been knocking these sort of shots in this week. In fact, he's refused a couple of pots that people have been surprised about. Great shot, that. As you saw, he was leaving a red as well. He wasn't worried about missing it.
8. 9.
Well, most of Judd Trump's life, Sunday has been about trying to win a snooker trophy from a very, very young age. He was winning junior titles every weekend. His dad, Steve, who's here tonight, of course, would be driving him around the motorways of Britain, quite often towards Leicester, Willie Thorne's, where they'll be playing in junior comps. And that's the thing, although he hasn't played his best this week, when you get to the final, it's a completely different thing entirely. Suddenly there's a trophy to play for. And this afternoon he did start to produce the goods.
$22.
Just wonder if you play the cannon on the two reds close together here to free them both. Gets the shot. Oh, yeah, that's lovely. He's brought them both nicely into play.
$30. 31. $38. 39.
Well, it's a pretty wide target off the blue. The reds are spread right across the middle of the table there, so you know, cannon would be okay. If you hit the pink full ball, the reds mightn't move that much because there seems to be a little sort of almost a hole through the centre of the bunch. And the worry is that there's a plant there. I don't think that is a plant though.
Rambo.
Interesting choice of shot here. Deserves to be on one. It was really well played.
43. $44.
Just seems a real confidence to him that hasn't really been that evident this week.
$51.
At this stage, though, just making sort of 50-60, he will feel he's not enough. He's got to nail the frame here because Williams is looking confident from the off this evening as well.
52.
It's 10-5 to Trump on the head-to-head. 4 of those wins, though, have come in deciders over Williams, so they've had some close matches. Of course, the semi-final in Sheffield was the absolute epic last season, 17-16.
59. $60.
Once again, if he chooses to play to nudge them, then he's got the absolutely perfect shot on the blue to do so. There is a little gap through to the bottom red, which I think he's gone far
65.
enough. Is he looking up at the heavens as if he isn't quite on it? Looks to me like the gap is wide enough. The pot is not easy with the rest. As Dave said, that there's enough on here, and both players look very sharp tonight. Counter-attack is very possible if he does make a mistake. Well, any
66.
colour would do. It's that frustration that I think he's going to have to just roll up, isn't he, behind the yellow. I suppose he could play the brown, but does he really want to be taking that on and coming towards the reds? Got to be the right shot, this.
Chachan, 66.
Very good break. I mean, the opening red was a perfect piece of cueing.
Yeah, he's firmly in the driving seat there. You see Williams obviously has got to make contact, but if he leaves a red on, it's going to be 6-4. Doesn't want to contact the pink.
Well, I suppose he could play a push shot here, but even then, if the red, as long as the red goes in, he wouldn't want to play a push shot. And he hasn't done so. The frame is secured.
Yeah, he did absolutely the right thing, of course, closing the shop and laying the snooker. They're both looking sharp. It bodes well for the rest of the night, actually. Williams may play on here. 67 behind with 59 on.
One.
Great start to the night from both players, both attacking, looking to win this final. Of course, they've won so much between them.
Seven.
Well, that's not going to make any difference. He's done the damage in the frame with that 66. Still a raise of the eyebrows from Williams to concede the frame. So Judd Trump has his two-frame advantage restored at 6-4.
Frame. Chachan to break.
6-4 to Judd Trump in the final of the Masters. He's 4 away from the title.
Please.
Not sure what happened there. Somebody did something which amused a few spectators. Oh dear. This is not quite how he played it. He caught it too thin, and you can see straight away the cue ball was travelling further across to the middle of the table than it was meant to. Doesn't mean he's going to pop one, but he might be interested in this right hand red up into the green pocket here.
One.
Very good. Very good. And He's always been a terrific shot maker. I mean, this shot has just sprung up and it wasn't quite straight. He knocked it in beautifully. Oh. That's not worked out. Could have gone into the bunch there. I mean, easy afterwards, but you know, he certainly could have played it with slightly more attacking intent than he did. Well, whatever it is, it's going to be a safety shot. You're thinking that all the options through. I think he's worried about Mark's long game. I mean, he could play off that top red and leave the cue ball in the top left of the part of the table, but Mark's potting so many good long balls. That's quite an attacking option.
8.
An interesting shot. I mean, the cue ball's nailed to the cushion, but he may have left a red to pot here. No, I don't think so. Turns out that that safety shot was pretty enterprisingly played. Put Mark in big trouble now. There's no pot on.
Yeah, a little tap on the table. Quite a tap, actually, from Williams, just acknowledging that.
I think about the shot he's played. You've got to get that cue ball nailed to the bulk cushion, or else in opening those reds up, you're leaving the chance of an opening for your opponent. But he did. He played it such a gentle pace at such a long distance. You can't expect the cue to keep the straightest of lines. It may have just moved off slightly.
One.
Well, to play the pink up into the top right pocket would be a big shot. Really big. Does he want it or not? He's thinking about it. The good and the bad that would come out of the shot. If he wasn't queuing over those two reds just by the black, I think he would certainly have already played it by now.
Now he's looking for another safe spot for the cue ball. I don't think Judd Trump wants to turn down any pot, really, but it's just nasty queuing with that ping.
Yellow ball.
I mean, people say the game's changed a lot, and of course it has, but what hasn't changed is you basically you go for anything you think you can get, and as soon as there's one you don't think you're going to get, you have to play safe, and that's what Judd thought there. Pink was too dangerous.
Well, what a night to have a ticket. And there'll be people who've been looking forward to this for the whole year, because, as I say, tickets would have gone on sale for this last year at around this time. So it's been worth waiting for in terms of who they're watching and the quality of snooker and the drama that's being produced here.
One.
Interesting choice, wasn't it? Putting the red, but without any real thoughts of getting on a colour. Again, the reds are spread far enough that you really can't afford to leave Mark a long red.
Well, it's interesting now that brown going where it is, because Mark Williams quite well known that he's colourblind, and when it goes amongst the reds, it can confuse him sometimes. The moment he'll know where it is, because it's just gone there, but if it were to move into the reds, that might cause him a few problems.
I wonder if there's a possible double here to the left middle that he's looking at. And he looked at it. It was certainly worth it. I mean, it was almost with no risk attached and plenty to gain.
Yeah, and if Williams didn't know that was the brown before that shot, he'll know now, because there's obviously no way he would have left a red on.
Yeah, good point. Actually, I saw Peter Ebdon do that in Australia, put in what he thought was a brilliant red in the event that used to be in just outside Melbourne. Only to find out they called a foul when it didn't go in, and it was the wrong ball basically. That was close. I think Mark Williams might just feel that Trump's been in and potted a few balls in this frame and there's nothing in it, so he hasn't lost anything out yet in this little exchange. I wonder if there's a chance either of the long pot, but the other thing, he could get in behind the brown with a safety shot here. That could be in his thoughts, but he's taking it on. This is a very big shot. Again, he didn't play it particularly confidently to get on the colour. It's always a worry when that happens. That's always a worry. You go for what you think is a fairly safe double, but when you hit the jaws and comes back towards the object ball, it's not safe anymore. That's a big mistake.
Well, it's 27 minutes just about. There you are since he potted one. But he's in now.
It's the worst nightmare for a player when that happens. But it's a risk. As I say, they're all important, but this is
Six.
a chance for Judd Trump to extend his lead to a 3 again. It was 4-1. It could be 3 up again now, but it's out of his hands for the moment.
Seven.
Williams actually scored more points in the final overall. Of course, he had a couple of centuries, which helped that aggregate. That gets the Brown out of harm's way. He's always had this ability, really, to win any sort of frame, Mark Williams. Obviously, he made maximums, huge breaks, made great clearances, and at other times has been patient. And then when a chance comes, has not always won a frame in one visit, sometimes 2 or 3, but he can win any sort of frame.
12.
It's a very important part of the match, though, isn't it? This chance he's got here, which he has to take, because he's not getting that many opportunities. Can afford no slip-ups here, because I just feel that to squander this chance, the match could start to slip
18.
away.
$19.
He was in trouble when Trump opened. The Reds got him on the nail to the baulk cushion. He did leave a red on, but of course Trump didn't get really on a colour.
$25.
There must have been times, quite a few times, I would think, where Mark would have felt he wouldn't get to experience these sort of occasions again. Certainly, if you'd have said to him 25 years ago when he won it for the first time, at the age of 47, Mark, quarter of a century from now, you'll be back in this final playing world-class snooker. You know, you don't believe that sort of thing in your early 20s. But here he is.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to say, well, these guys are all so experienced, these players like John Higgins, O'Sullivan, Williams, but it's not enough. You know, you've still got to be able to play the game at the highest level, and they all still can. To have the experience to complement that really is fairly formidable.
Well, I just think with those three, every time you think one of them has had a last hurrah, they have another one. And then invariably another one after that.
Good shot that, freed the 2 reds.
35. $36.
Pretty good area to play in with a choice of 2 reds.
.43.
And that looks absolutely perfect. Easy to get down on the red by the black now. That surely will be the one he's hoping for. Just the one above and to the left of the black. If he lands on that, then you feel that the frame is his.
.48. .49.
This was the shot which made it all happen. The double, which he lost control of the red there. That was the problem with it. And now the next red potted will be enough for Mark Williams.
54.
We always talk about in snooker shot to nothing or low risk shots, but there's always, you know, the ball that you miss is the one that you can leave, if nothing else. That's what happened there.
So Williams has been very
62.
clinical in taking these. And the next target, of course, is to level up at the interval.
63.
Yeah, not trying to get on the red, leaving the double.
70.
It looks, as far as doubles go, as if it isn't the most difficult you'll ever see. Sometimes you just think it's the perfect place to leave them.
Just saw Lee Walker there, his coach and friend in the audience, liking what he's seeing, and Williams has a chance to make his 3rd century now of the final.
High pressure break this, especially the early shots, which were not cut and dried. He'd go on and take the break this far.
80.
Well, it would be his 7th century of the week. There's Lee, of course, World Seniors champion. Mark had to drive him to the Champion of Champions. That was the arrangement. If Mark didn't get in the tournament, because Lee was in it, he had to drive him to Bolton. The green has stayed out, so no century, but a very important contribution of 80 from Mark Williams. And there's only one in it again. Thoroughly engrossing final this. Judd Trump leads Mark Williams 6-5. The last before the interval.
Frame 12. Mark Williams to break.
So can Judd Trump restore his 2-frame lead? Can Mark Williams get onto level terms for the first time since this match was 1 each? That question, both questions will be answered after this frame. The last before the interval.
Can he get through to the edge of that red, the potting angle to it? I think not, looking at that expression anyway. Safety shot off the other end it's got to be thin. Right on the left of the bunch that he can reach. Needs to be very careful. Deciding to play as if snooker, he's got to play a little bit of a swerve, I think. Certainly right-hand side.
Foul, enemies. Judge Trump 4.
I think he'll be asked to play again.
Please, Tatjana, this needs to be precise, please.
It has to be absolutely spot on because there was a borderline that he was on or red.
Balls
to pot
closer to the D line.
Tatjana
Yep.
Wollaston is
Touch.
the marker. There she is.
That way. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he actually played it with either side or a sort of small swerve to get around the brown to play the shot, so it has to be
Are you
absolutely
happy with the
A1.
position? Shall I move it this way? Okay, are you happy? Yeah. Thanks.
It's basically saying he can hit it this time, but he's not playing it because he couldn't the first time.
Yeah, no problem. I will do that. Was that too much? Yeah. Judd?
He's going to play the same shot anyway, so that's the important issue. I think that's experience, you know, that shot from Mark there. Okay, he's given away 4 points. He could have played a very awkward safety shot on the left of the bunch, but he's just gone down the route of sort of dead batting it, really, just playing into the bunch of reds. This is where these players who've been around so long have got that extra bit of knowledge. Take the sting out of the situation for a shot.
Yeah, well, Mark Williams, he learnt the game playing adults when he was a kid. He played junior events, yes, but in terms of regular practice, he played grown men, and they didn't sort of treat him like a kid. They wanted to beat him, but of course, within a few years, he was beating them. And then, oddly enough, they weren't so keen to play him. So he learnt the all-round game right from the off.
Yeah, we shouldn't forget the kind of players who've come out of Southern Wales, you know, your Terry Griffiths, Doug Mountjoys and Ray Reardons of this world. Really great players, but very clever players. Know the game inside out, those guys. But none of those potted balls in the same way that Williams does at long range. Might have a chance at one here.
One.
Well, his long potting in this match has been really good. He's up to 76%, and he's taken plenty on.
Very clean pot once again. The cue ball has just gone a fraction too far.
7.
A good pot, but he was kicking himself that the cue ball went as far as it did. Very good pot there. To play it at that pace, especially, it's actually played on the black. They liked it, didn't they, with the sound of it?
Just a little. If this goes 9 each, then anything could happen, I think.
Yeah, I mean, The black's gone down the table. He'd like to play the black, but I think he feels maybe the yellow is a better way of getting on a red. He's not sure what to do. It's almost spoiled for choice. Again, just running a fraction too far, but still a very good shot. He's just one key shot away from being really in amongst them now. Positionally, that is.
$16.
That's not a great kiss he had there. Well, he's looking at the black. This is a really difficult shot. He was absolutely hell-bent on keeping the break going there.
Mark Williams, 16.
In doing so, he's presented a chance straight back.
One.
I'm not sure what happened there.
Three.
The cue ball has not exactly flown back to where he wanted it to. Wanted to be a lot further down the table on the next red than this.
Touchdown, 3.
Pretty weak shot, wasn't it, on the yellow? He was right behind it, and he didn't have an easy red after it.
That's the pot success in this session, just favouring Williams. Of course, it's only 3 and a bit frames. I mean, they're all important frames, obviously, but it does feel a key frame because it's the one before the interval, 7-5 or 6 each. Trump at 5-3 would obviously hope to still be in front of that interval.
Well, there are 2 reds which are somewhat close to being a plant. They've got to be straightened up, and I think if he hits the red just to the left of the 2 behind it, the one by his bridge hand now, then maybe he could turn that into a plant. There's plenty of risk attached, but it's going to be fairly adjacent, I think. Huge shot to play. feeling if he plays it, it's either going to go in or he might turn it around too much and he could miss it to the right jaw. He's playing it. What a shot. Great spot, wasn't it, from Judd? Is the red getting in the way of the green? If so, it's desperate luck. That's cruel. He's played a...
One.
Well, it was a wonderful piece of judgment. It looked like it was very close. But you have to think that shot through. And the reds are going everywhere, and one's gone in front of the green. Not deserved.
This is why snooker's so hard, because he's played a really positive shot really well and has been desperately unlucky.
To the point, Dave, where he hasn't really got a safety shot on either. Not any worthwhile shot. What can he play?
Trump.
Kind of lost the advantage a little bit there, but he didn't have much that he could do. I think both players are pretty able to recognise the importance of this frame. It almost shows in the shots that are being played. It's a bit edgy, this one.
Well, yellow of the pocket makes the shot to nothing, potentially a shot to something here. Oh, how well did he cue that one? And as I say, he's got the yellow of the pocket.
Yeah, and it's going to hurt Judd even more now that that's gone in. He feels that maybe the chance should have been his. I think the way he's been speaking, Judd, as if he feels that the luck's not been with him this season. I think he's had his moments where things have gone his way. It's not been all against him. But that was one where it certainly was.
Yes, and obviously some moments are more significant than others. I mean, that was a really important moment in the match for that to go wrong for him.
4.
But the next red he took on, he got nowhere near.
$11. 12. $19. 20.
Yeah, that's what he does very well, keeping things very close at quarters here. He's always been very good at keeping break making as simple as it can possibly be, overcomplicating a situation. Now, under this sort of pressure, that's exactly how you have to do it.
27.
Well, he was so cool at the end of that match with O'Sullivan when he floated in that long red, made the winning break. If you took the score strap off the screen at any stage in any match, I don't think you would know where in the match you were when Williams was at the table. It's obviously been a massive strength over the years. He's got confidence in his action as well, his technique. He was talking himself up at this tournament, which he never does. Before the O'Sullivan match, he actually said, I fancy I could win. Normally, he would predict he'd be on the wrong side of the scoreline. So it's clear he was feeling good coming into the tournament. And he'd be feeling even better if he can win this frame now. Not much more to do to make it level at the interval.
Yeah, and I guess only time will tell exactly how significant that shot of Judd's was. The plant where he got unlucky. This frame in particular. Plenty of snooker to be played, but it looked like there was a good chance of restoring that two-frame lead that he started the evening with, but it's gone.
Yes, and a lot of this now is on the extent to which he himself gets over that. He's got the interval coming up. But he goes into it knowing that the conclusion of this final, as we see how Williams got in here with this red, the conclusion of this final looks like it's going to be a very close affair now. Trump obviously was hoping to win this mini session and pull away. But the opposite has happened. Williams has won it. And we're going to be dead level.
49.
They've each had to survive deciders this week. Judd Trump, 2 of them against Ryan Day and Barry Hawkins. Williams, of course, against Ronnie O'Sullivan. Are we heading for another one in the biggest match of them all? Trump unlucky in this frame.
52.
It could have been his had he landed on a colour off the plant. He was unlucky not to. Mark Williams, as so often before down the decades, though, is looking very cool on the big stage. So it's the target reached for him in terms of the start of the evening session. He's won the little mini session 3-1, and the final is too close to call. Judd Trump 6, Mark Williams 6. This is now the fight to the finish, and it's all square in the Masters final. Judd Trump 6, Mark Williams 6. Williams has only been ahead once. That was when he won the opening frame, but he's pegged Trump back from 4-1 down. 6-4 down, of course, won the last 2. So it's effectively best of 7 now for the Masters trophy and the £250,000 first prize. This is what we wanted at the start of the day. Obviously, everyone has their own favourites and feelings about who will win, but most snooker fans wanted a close match. That's exactly what they've got. It's also a high-quality one. Yeah, of course, they're sharing the high break, not just with each other, but with the same Vafai. 1-4-3. One thing Trump has kept the whole week is belief. You know, he could easily have gone out to Ryan Day, he could easily have gone out to Barry Hawkins, and even last night it was a bit of a trial at times, even though the scoreline 6-1 looked comfortable against Bingham. There were times when he had to keep his head up, and he did, and that's what he needs now. It's unfortunate with the business with the plant, but the fact is, it's 6-all in the Masters final. There's a big title still to be won here.
1.
A terrific long pot that. He skied right back. So he's on the ground. He might have been thinking about getting back on the green. I agree with all that, Dave. What I will also say, though, the other side of it is that those three opponents who he two of them he beat by a deciding frame. None of them played anywhere near their game against him. Ryan can play so much better. Barry had played well in the round before, and Stewart had played brilliantly and then not in the match. So I can't think that luxury is going to come his way in this match from here on in. I'm sure Mark's still going to play well. So Judd's going to have to raise his game. Terrific opening red. And the balls are quite nicely spread here.
5.
Yes, we've heard the guys talking to Rachel about mental strength in snooker, and this is where it comes in, of course, in moments like this, where you have to put to one side things that have gone wrong in the final and just focus on what's in front the next couple of hours. This is a good start already from Trump.
6.
It's a different sort of final to the other two he played against, the class of 92, the Masters final here against O'Sullivan. He was 7-1 up, 1-10-4, and of course the World final kind of blew John Higgins apart.
Not played that well, Dave. He's in
11.
between here. The red he's on, the one above the black spot, he hits the red below it, I think, with natural striking. Somehow he's finished in a poor place. With all those reds available, that's the one area that is not making things easy where he's landed. Can he avoid the red below?
12.
Well, he's done ever so well there, especially with his opposite hand. That's a brilliant shot.
Yeah, this, I think, is where his brother Jack will have helped in the interval. Just getting him right for the rest of the match. Forget what's gone on, if you can. Just focus on what's ahead of you.
This time,
17.
there's a wall of reds in the way of anything going to the left corner, aside from the one down the rail. They just all seem to just go in a line here, these reds. Look at this.
Yeah, and this is where the danger is. You do start to think, you know, the snooker gods have got it in for me tonight in a big way.
Judd Trump, 17.
He'd be disappointed to have only accumulated 17 there from great opening red. Well, only just, but it's okay. He's almost in danger of hitting the jaws of the pocket there and coming across the table. But he survived. There's something about the long pots that Mark Williams knocks in that purity of the striking. Look at that. I mean, it's gone straight in the centre of the pocket.
Yeah, he's up to 79% now for this match. That's a high percentage into frame 13. He's taken 24 on, got 19 from distance.
Seven.
Had a bit of a crisis of confidence, didn't he, in the frames from 1-0 up to 4-1 down. Yes, Judd played well in them, but he missed a few. But he's seemed to have regrouped all right since then.
Yeah, he's won 5 of the last 7 frames.
It was more just some of the balls weren't going in that he's so used to potting now during that time as well, isn't it? A little bit too far there. He's on a red, but not the one he intended, I don't think.
$13. $18. 19.
Well, it's the kind of visit where you don't expect
25.
the player to take the frame out in one scoring attempt. You can make a few in front, though. Get a good few in front. Maybe a 45 break or something.
26.
50 break would be invaluable, I think. No, that was one of the few that didn't go cleanly.
32. $33.
Well, if he's straight, it's not very good. I think I heard a little gasp from him. Didn't want that at all. That angle offers very little way of position because he wants to be on the left side of the table. It'll take some doing getting over there. He has to play further away from this than he ever wanted to be.
39.
Just wonder if the bottom red will cut in or maybe the one above it.
Mark Williams, 39.
No damage done, it would seem, but handy break, if nothing else.
Well, at least this time he didn't leave that red on.
Yeah, I'm just thinking you have to sometimes look at that as a positive, because he lost control of the red, and like you say, he didn't stick it up this time. Occasionally you have to look at the small wins for a situation like that. Always was going to be the shot rate, which has given a bit of a headache to Judd. Made the table even more awkward to launch a comeback in. 22 points could be a big lead.
Well, he's caught it very thick.
Just wonder if Mark will be thinking that when he leans over the table, I'm not sure if that green ball is in the way of his waistcoat or not. Things like that can be a big distraction on shots. And there's another beautiful piece of ball striking. Pink's a big shot to play. But it offers position. The blue offers nothing but points.
Well, he cued that so sweetly. He's just so good at the crunch shots, make them look straightforward, which that certainly wasn't. So 29 to the good already.
Well, don't know what he was thinking there. He might have wondered whether he wanted to play on the black, but you can understand why he would ignore the black. He almost wants to leave it there and play on the pink, perhaps. I think if you're 20 or 30 behind, you play on the black. Different story then. When you think the way that Judd had that long red, one of his old specialities, the left corner, he missed it by a long way. At the moment, Mark is not missing his long balls at all. They're going in the middle of the pocket. So he looks stronger right now.
Yes, this final has turned in the favour of this supremely talented Welsh left-hander, Mark Williams, who needs this red to go in front for the first time since he won the opening frame of the whole match. He's looking very composed. He's potting the key balls. Judd Trump can't get any flow going. Can't get in early and start to make the breaks he's known for. Still time for that to happen, but pressure is mounting on his shoulders.
28. Mark Williams, 28, and the front.
2 snookers needed. It's not a nice table. Trump stays in his seat. Mark Williams hits the front in the Masters final. He's 3 away from his 3rd title. He leads Judd Trump 7-6.
Thank you, the 14th frame. Mark Williams to break.
So for the first time since he won the opening frame of the whole match, Mark Williams is in front, 7-6. This time the onus on Judd Trump to stay with him. The thing is, though, Williams has been getting in with really good pots, and he's dominated the last 3 frames.
Immediately the brown, where it is with the yellow, becomes a nice target to try and steer the cue ball in behind. Of course, it's worth harping back on the World Championship match they played last year, the Crucible, which went to the last frame. The first session was heavily in favour of Judd Trump. The comeback from Williams took him to a decider. This is a brilliant shot. Of course, Williams had a really hard match, which I think he suffered a hangover from in that first session against Yan Bingtao in the previous round. A terrific match at the Crucible it was, of course. But there was nothing to split them that day, and it feels similar today, doesn't it?
Well, it was an incredible match, and you know, that's the thing with those semi-finals. If they go close, then the last day is so dramatic. We've seen that down the years. This, of course, is a one-day match for that wonderful trophy. At the moment, just as thrilling.
This is another telling safety shot from Williams. He's getting that cue ball right in that area. It's not only the pots that are going in, it's all of the shots at range that he's getting right. Goodness me. Oh, wow. Whatever he played, I'm sure he played a thin safety. He didn't hit it thin. That's what happened. Well, unless the pink goes in the middle, it's no good. Does it go? It must be tight. Well, the black is horrible over a ball. Wow, this would be a shot. Goodness me, he's playing it. It's very, very difficult. And of course, he can play the safety shot. I think there's some experience. Yes, he's annoyed that he didn't make more from the Trump error, but he doesn't want to present Judd with something, because at the moment I think he needs something given to him. He's not quite firing in the few chances he had. Oh, another really poor safety shot. He's lost his radar right now. He hit one on the way through. I don't know which. I think that's what he tried to hit, but he called it much too thin. Interesting point of the match, isn't it? Judd needs his confidence restored.
Yeah, we're seeing a man under pressure, I think, here. Trump, the fact he's gone behind in the match and Seen Williams looking very cool in taking this advantage. Williams just seems in control at the moment. And what's putting the pressure, I think, is he's going for his shots. He's playing good safety as well, but, you know, he's saying to Trump, I'm going to take them on if you're going to leave me the chances, and he's getting plenty. So he's putting pressure on Trump's safety, and that's telling, I think, in this frame. Now, it's a better effort this time. A few memories here, maybe, for Williams of that first Masters final, where, of course, he was trailing 5-3 to Stephen Hendry, ended up prevailing on a respot 10-9 at the conference centre. In the footage, you can see him actually, when Hendry has the last black, getting out of his chair, ready to shake hands. He thought he would pot it, but he didn't.
Foul, Judd Trump 4.
I don't think he'll be too bothered about that. In off. Of course, unless Judd cracks in a long red. But he has started to miss a few, and they're all, I think, looking a little bit more difficult at long range than they previously did.
Well, he's not potted anything for nearly 20 minutes in this match.
Well, interestingly, you know, Trump has made 2 or 3 safety errors this frame, but you know, he's absolutely cost him nothing. So you've got to take something out of that, a little bit of a positive slant, I guess. Good shot. Williams' safety is excellent now as well. It's a great follow-up from Trump.
I think you've seen it.
Just allowing Marcel Eckhart, the referee, to see what he can see in case the cue ball has to go back the line of this shot. And that's why, because he's missed them.
Foul in the miss.
Players invariably will,
Trump
of course, err on the side of caution there, and you don't want to get them too thick, so you sometimes see them missed first time. Trump, though, is not having it replaced.
Straight away, it looks as if the back to bulk safety is not easy. But cue ball in the bottom left-hand pocket or in the jaws seems to not to leave very much if he could get it in there. I think he's having a look in that corner now. It mightn't be that bad to end up in that left corner. I don't see any other route back to bulk. high value colours, as you can see, are not in play right now, so it's one of those frames which mightn't be free scoring, but it's a very important stage in the match, isn't it, to win a frame in any way you can.
We can see their trumps pot success had come down to 80% from 94 this afternoon. He's only won one frame this evening and only made one substantial break, 66, in the frame he did win.
It's a good cue ball anyway, but there is a red to the left corner. I mean, it's really awkward. Anything like that Mark takes on, obviously that one is covered. Never back against him knocking them in, how cleanly he's been potting them. But this red, this is not easy.
White, please. Yeah. Okay, no problem. I can see. One.
He's very unlucky there, you know, Williams. He just flicked a red. He could have been up on the blue. The difference between the two players at the moment is the long game. Judd, we know, is this great long potter, and he is. But Williams is knocking spots off him in that department right now, to be honest. Getting in more frequently because of it. This, though, goodness, he's playing this. That was one that he didn't have to play.
Mark Williams.
He's been lucky there. Surprised he took that on. It's a long range pots he isn't missing, but that was mid-range. And something he was not forced into playing.
"27 minutes it's been since Judd Trump potted one."
One.
But in it goes. So is that the start of something? That's what his fans are hoping.
Indeed, great shot. Nice cueing. Got the cue ball to zip back. And as Dave said, he's been kept very quiet. Now he's got to regroup and make something of this, because like we say, the chances are not flying in for him.
Seven.
We look at the frames he's won, all but really one of them have been in a single visit. That's how he's been getting the frames on the board. The scrappier frames, more disjointed frames have been going to Williams, who also, of course, has done some scoring himself. So Trump just wants to get back into the groove here. Last title for Trump was the Turkish Masters. That was last March. 10 months, but of course, they haven't played a tournament every week since then. It works out at about 13 events that he hasn't come away with the trophy. Problem is, of course, he was winning 5 or 6 in a season prior to that.
$18. $19. $24.
Bit thinner on this red than he would have wanted. Can't control the cue ball so easily that way. The angle he's got. Might be the reason he missed it.
Touch on
It's
24.
not finished on a colour either. The shot before was not one of his best. Well, now, if Williams could make something of this chance and win another frame, that would hurt Judd Trump. Problem is, I think the black spot is free, so if either player got on the black where the balls are, it would be completely tied up. Let's run and run.
5.
He's on it, but again, fairly thin. Misjudgment. I think his mind was
6.
a little bit on the cue ball, and it was not natural to land on a red, and he was trying to make it so. Didn't see him missing this, though, all the same.
Well, it's probably the lowest quality frame of the whole final, and in some ways feels the most important right now. Oh, dear.
Well, it may look like he's gone too far, but this actually could end up perfect. Just overcut that, didn't he, as we see it again. The cue was heading into those cluster of 5 reds here. And that's what he wants to happen. He wants to get them in play. Clear the black spot as well, perhaps, in the process. Well, Seemed to go through a gap that didn't seem to be there. Just brushed the red.
8.
How did he go through that little area? That was a good chance for Mark Williams with the black available and reds all around it. Feels like he's missed the boat there, I think.
It feels like, as well, there's been a lot of balls potted in this frame with not much on the scoreboard, really, just 16 points between them. I think the thing for Williams is he knows he's on top. He knows Trump is struggling. And the danger is, if he doesn't put him away in this frame, from 7 each, Trump may regroup. I said at the start of the night that we'd get a couple of frames like this probably as if it went close, because you just expect it. It's such a big match, this, of course. The Masters, most people feel now, is the second biggest event in the sport, so this, therefore, is the second biggest match of the whole year.
Foul.
Just a few signs that, as much as we keep saying that Judd is struggling, and there's no doubt this frame he's made a lot of mistakes, but so's Mark in this frame. He knows the importance of it as well. Missed a couple of balls, that left middle pocket there, the brown and the red a minute ago, which could have taken him in front in the frame if the red goes in. You wouldn't see that, would you, very often? 6 reds remaining all in that little area behind the black spot. I mean, it's a tough old frame, this one, to win, isn't it, for somebody?
I've got it, thank you.
It's already the longest of the match and could be plenty of mileage in it yet, 24 minutes.
Foul and the miss. Judd Trump, 4.
It's not a free ball. The right-hand red is stopping that from being a free ball. As much as Judd looks at it, it won't be called one.
Back here.
So back is the verdict.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Can you bring it up, please, Leo?
Marcel Eckhart, of course, from Berlin, where we have another great venue, the Tempodrome, although neither Judd nor Mark will be there this year. They didn't qualify for the German Masters, but that'll be coming up in a couple of weeks' time, live here on Eurosport.
Yep. Thanks.
He's trying to hit the right-hand red, the bottom red. That's exactly what he's done. Red's even more tightly grouped now than they were.
He played that so well. This is a bit of a standoff here in the middle of this 14th frame. Oh, he's pushed a red out.
Immediately looks, comes around to see if the black goes. He's got a bit of awkward queuing to address as well. He might roll this in and try and be on the black.
One.
No, that's decent.
Eight. 9.
Well, I think that last shot has ensured that nothing is going to come of this break but another 7 points. Reds are almost nailed together. He might be inclined to take the points here, you know, just in this sort of a frame. Who knows? You wouldn't normally worry about a few points, but he might just think, well, I need to just be in touch when it gets very tight. Yeah, not surprised. I think all the important snooker in this frame is yet to be played.
16. Mark Williams, 16.
It looked quite nonchalant, didn't it, that safety? But then most of what he does looks nonchalant. He played a good one. You can see he's just in front on that side of things.
Foul and a miss. Mark Williams, 4.
Both players have done that in this frame a few times now. Having it put back. The pink ball is in play. That's why he tried to hit it so thinly. I mean, if he caught too much of it, the cue ball could crash into the pink on the way back up. That's in his mind here. That's why he's playing it in this way. That's why he's done what he's done. This time,
Foul
he's going to
and a
get
miss.
warned. All sorts are going to happen
Mark
here.
Williams, 4.
Yes, has to hit the red, otherwise it's 8-6.
I think what he'll have to do, Dave, is just push this left-hand red up the table. There's no warning yet. Where is it?
Yep.
Here it comes.
Judd, it's your third attempt. I have to warn you that if I have to call a miss this time, you're going to lose the frame.
I think play the red and push the red into bulk. Hit plenty of it. Well, that's what he tried. This really is a hard frame of snooker. Look where everything is.
Well, yeah, the black's gone safe into the bargain, hasn't it? Pink safe.
The importance of the frame, though, is what's keeping both players very interested. Now, here's a big shot. He's got to go into these with a reasonable pace and try and spread these reds out. It's perfect to do it. Oh, well, surprised. I don't think he hit that very well for
6.
him. The other two were more significant reds to move, I think.
Mark Williams, 6.
Well, the shot go on Judd. It's not the most inviting table, but at least Mark Williams, from his perspective, broke down 6 points in it. By far the longest frame, half an hour of this whole final. Well, they were cheering it in. The crowd that was sat behind that pocket knew it was in.
It's hard to know what to do here. I mean, obviously roll behind the green, but that'll only get you some points. I mean, to get the two reds into play would be the dream shot. I think the brown has got there's a chance he could do it off the brown, but it's really difficult. Rolling behind the green, you're basically trying to get 4 or 8 points in misses. You're not going to do much else. So the brown it is. This would be well, the dream to pop this, open the two reds up, get the frame one. Target is not very big, but the cue ball heading towards those two reds naturally.
5. Judge on 5.
Quite a good shot that, because there's no thin shot back to bulk area for Judd. I think playing the snooker here, there's slightly more value in doing so. Well behind the brown ball. There's not a very big target to hit. I suppose you could free the yellow and try and do something there, but I think I'll just drop in behind one of the colours here. Probably won't win in the frame, but it might steal a few points. And even if Mark hits it, you've got an easy shot back with the two balls close together.
Well, these really are big moments, aren't they, in this whole final? Williams having edged in front, chance to get 2 in front. Trump looking to get back level, almost sort of reset himself.
Quite a good shot. I don't know if there's a gap between green and brown. There may be. Judd can get through to it directly.
.35 minutes, because Trump had a couple of lengthy ones last night against Bingham that he won. 45 minutes there, a 35-minute in succession.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the pink and black where they are, they're out of the game completely, yes, but you know, red and the blue and relatively high value colour and up to the blue, you know, it's not that difficult a table now, just the yellow safe. Pink and black might not ever come into play in this frame. That'll do him. I think he's got the snooker. Slight advantage, Williams, but not much. Judd likely to hit this. Quite a lot of it as well.
What a frame this has turned into. Points all level down to the last red. Yellow is still an issue.
Yeah, it's going to end up double the duration of the next longest frame, at least. A 20-minute frame. We're into the 39th minute of this one. Yeah, very big frame. Very awkward frame as well. I mean, both players have played some good shots, but not really gained much from any of them. Well, he's brought the black out as well, which creates some extra interest, but it was the thinnest of snicks, wasn't it? Certainly plenty of balls at the bulkhead now, but you can get the cue ball hidden behind on this red if the shot becomes available. Slight worry that cue ball might be heading towards the right pocket for an in-off here. He isn't careful. He didn't go in off. He knew that that was not quite there, but it was fairly close. Yeah, big target, but he has played it really well. And he's got a full ball snooker, so he has to be very careful here. For once,
Foul and a miss.
not quite
Judd
accurately
Trump.
played.
Yep.
I think you make a slight adjustment. He'll go further up the cushion as we look to bring the cue ball down wider towards the red. I'd expect him to hit it this time.
Feels like a decider several frames before the actual decider.
Trying to get the cue ball in there again behind brown and black, but not very successful. It certainly does feel like that, doesn't it? This frame, it's been an epic, really. 42 minutes. Could be a bit more as well to come.
Yeah, I think if Trump loses it, then you do start to fear for him a little bit, because obviously it's a massive frame to lose such a long one, to go 8-6 down.
Well, I think he thinks that the snooker's on here. It may well be that he can just run in behind the yellow. Yeah. Well, that could be a very important snooker that he's laid there, because it's in the lap of the gods, really, where the red will finish off this. And the colours are less awkward now than they were. Played it well, though, isn't he? Played it really well.
Foul in the miss.
Felt that he had to sort of raise the butt of the cue a little more than he did there. It was more than a small swerve. It was a big swerve, almost a masse round there.
Well, at this stage, these penalty points could become important in terms of whether Mark Williams is going to need that pink.
Just lifts the butt of the cue a bit more, Dave. It'll get more spin on it. And obviously he wants to hit one side of it.
Diagonally towards the green cushion. Yeah.
No. You tell me.
Leo Scullion's turn on the marker's desk.
It can only be millimetres now.
It's only fraction, so he won't be able to tell me. So, yeah.
Point I was making was if you were to pot, if Williams from here potted red and blue, he would need the pink, which is safe.
Well, that looks fairly, as Marcel said, as near as you're going to get it. I mean, we've seen the freeze.
Yeah. Just
He's saying more difficult, right?
come Lou,
yeah,
if you
okay,
want.
I'll go with you, Leo.
So,
Fraction.
yeah. That way. Yeah. That looks better.
UK. Maybe. Are you sure? Yeah.
Yeah, bigger swerve than the first time. And he's nowhere near. Now that these points, as Dave said, are becoming significant now with the safe ball coming into play. I think it's a big swerve, this.
Please, Leo.
And a lot of it's about the pace as well. If you play it more slowly, then the swerve takes quicker.
Yep. That looks.
Please have a look, Mark. Judd.
Well, he's got over it, but 12 points the difference now, so the penalties wouldn't usually come into the equation in the way that these players score these days. But in this case, in this sort of frame, they might mean something. Fairness to Judd Trump, he has actually dominated the last half a dozen shots. You know, since he got in that snooker, he's played some good shots. And he's turning the screw a little. Now he's got a chance to pop one here. It's been a while. Looks pretty good. And we'll be in another snooker now, William. So this, it's almost like watching a Mark Selby way of keeping your opponent at bay. And Judd is doing that right now. So this is good stuff.
Yes, if Trump wins the Masters this year, all anyone will remember is that he got to 10 first, and this frame has become very tactical, but he, at the moment, is in control of it.
This is not an easy snooker to hit either, you know. I mean, there's a one cushion shot, which is very awkward, which comes down off the bottom cushion up. That one is, it's not nice. Now, what's he doing here? Trying to screw it, straighten the angle. Oh, I mean, it's an extraordinary shot. That angle is not there unless you've played to screw it, and it totally transforms it. If you'd have potted it, I don't think the roof would still be on the building somehow.
Well, yeah, he would have been snooker, but that's a small issue. But anyway, what a shot.
Yeah, I mean, you've got no control over it. He's left it on, actually. Thin. Doesn't want to snooker himself, but might want to go up and down for the green here.
Two.
Now, where can, if he does try and pot this, where can he pot the brown? There's a black in the way. Or does he think, right, I'm going to snooker him again? I think if you played the snooker behind black and brown, he'd get it. Didn't want to go anywhere near the pink, though.
Shot from two.
Well, he won't mind that as it happens, that's fine. These are pretty telling series of shots from Trump, isn't it? It's not something we ever associate him with.
Right around the back of it, incredible.
Shot from four.
Something's
Deal,
just
please.
shifted in this frame. Suddenly Williams is right up against it. Again, they're conversing.
Sorry, I can't hear you, Leo.
Referee and marker.
Yeah, it was closer in behind the brown, as Leo's saying.
Yeah, it looks good there.
Judd.
I mean, there is such a gap. It's so easy to end up going around the back of this because you almost, it's almost what you're playing, really, through that area.
Foul.
Well, these
Well,
points are stacking up now, aren't they? And he's got to hit it this time.
Shot from four.
He certainly has, Dave. I mean, I think he went a different way there, almost. Tried to hit it off two cushions instead of three. Be an odd way to lose the frame, wouldn't it, without the frame ball being potted.
Foul.
Strange
Shot
old frame
from
of
four.
snooker. There's no miss called.
Got to say that Trump has been granite in laying these snookers, and now Williams needs one of his own.
He's been one step ahead in this exchange from the moment he was snookered behind the yellow on the last red.
So 51 minutes, the frame. Mark Williams needs a snooker. He's in another one, though. Just get the feeling things could still happen here, though.
Certainly with the two balls still close together, that Judd has used them to perfection, but of course Mark could still be able to do the same. And of course the other option is if he got a chance to pot the green, could get a snooker behind the black on the brown from the right place. So as you say, not done yet.
That's another good shot from Judd Trump. He's controlled things well here. It's not sort of the way he would want a frame to go, but he's really focused hard because it's so important for him, having fallen behind in the final. Good hit. We're heading for a late finish, aren't we? It's already nearly 10 o'clock local time with a possible 5 frames to go. They won't all be like this, I'm sure, but it was such an important one. Still is. It's not done yet, but Trump, a big favourite. He sort of turned into Thorburn, Griffiths, Charlton, Selby combined, doesn't he, in the last 10 minutes? Judd Trump, absolute granite.
Foul. Judd Trump 4.
A couple of snookers now, and it's the frame is very much slipping away from Williams if it hasn't already slipped away.
Long frame.
Williams has been snookered a lot in the last 15 or so minutes here. Well, there is one. And he needs 2. I'm not sure if there's enough room to slip round the back of this anyway. Expect Judd to hit this. Well, this is all done here. I think if this goes in, I think Williams will be happy to see the frame. I think. Oh, no, he's missed it. How did he miss that? Seemed no obvious reason why he should. I thought Mark was standing up to leave the arena. I think both players might disappear at the end of this frame for a little comfort break. I'm sure they will. It's nearly an hour long.
In it goes. It's been a war of attrition. 58 minutes. Trump late on took control, and all that matters to him is he's won the frame. He stopped the run from Williams.
3 in the frame.
Of 3 on the spin.
Trump.
Hard-fought stuff. It leaves the final level once again. Who knows what's going to happen next? It might take a bit of time to sort out. Judd Trump and Mark Williams all smiles at 7 each. So once again, the final of the Masters is all square, 7 each. Judd Trump has won a 58-minute frame. It was interesting as they walked off at the end of it, they were smiling to each other, just the sort of the scrappy nature of it. They both gave everything. Trump took a bit of late control, and the important thing for him, of course, is that he won it. To tie this match and leave it once again impossible to call. Williams has got vast experience, but that was a lot of effort for no reward, that last frame. He was definitely on top to that point.
Brilliant pot, isn't it? He lines it up in that way that he is so comfortable with, and it's not a bad nudge. Again, he's been pots these so cleanly. Just looking up at the information that we're given, Dave, it's amazing, these frames, a series of frames that were between 11 and 18 minutes long. There was a 20-minute one, and the last one stands out like a sore thumb. 58 minutes. It's the way it goes sometimes.
7.
Yeah, one of the reasons is they're really good at safety. There was some high-quality stuff played, but also balls just ended up awkward, and, you know, it's such an important juncture in a big final. They weren't going to be taking liberties.
No, and, you know, people say, oh, it's a bit of a cliche, every frame is different. And there's an example of how it just works that way. That gentleman who was walking around the table didn't put off
Mind your language, please.
Mark there. Don't know what's happening, but there was 1 or 2 people getting a little restless perhaps after that last frame. They just arrived back. Now he's going to nudge the red by the black here.
14.
Williams would be very close to the top of the list of a player who could just recover from losing a frame like that last one and, you know, make a big break here. There's never quite been anyone like him. The way he just can't be rattled by anybody, and he's the same off the table as well.
$22. $29.
That is an out of character
Williams, 29.
mistake. He was running around 2 cushions. It looked pretty regulation, that shot. There's not much to it, but he missed it, as you see. He looked very surprised by it as well.
I think everyone weren't seeing him miss those earlier this evening.
Can you stand still, please?
Well, again, there's just a slight disturbance in the crowd.
So many things in this match has changed, but the amount of balls that he's knocking in, especially to that left corner, with unerring accuracy. Look at this again. Beautiful cueing. It's like the last shot, the easy miss on the red didn't even happen. And you're seeing a player that is getting in so frequently with those shots. Makes it a nightmare for your opponent.
Seven.
This good shot deserves to be on something. Played it nicely. It's not
14.
the biggest target there, as you can see, with the almost a V shape. You can end up sliding back up the table. The red to the middle is a possible, but it might be his only option here. Cue ball would be coming around the back of the black.
Another really good part, bearing in mind what's happened in the last hour here. And indeed the whole juncture of this final.
$22. $23.
Well, he missed a bad ball in this frame. The red, it was very easy, but otherwise, it's played a good frame, really.
30.
You know, let's be honest. He's got in a couple of times
31.
after that hour of basically nothingness that he went through. So really, he's done pretty well to gather himself up.
Well, that's Mark
38.
Williams for you, isn't it? Just manages to keep the same way no matter what's happening. And as you can see, this should be to retake the lead. And what a quicker frame. 9 minutes it's been. What a response. I know he did miss one earlier on, but even so, He's cleared his mind, he's getting on with the job, and he's going to be back ahead in the final. That last frame could have broke lesser men. The way he lost it, the
46.
time it took, but Williams just got on with it.
47.
He was born the year the Masters began, 1975, just a few weeks after the first staging. Of course, was a young boy at the height of the UK snooker boom in the 80s with so many playing opportunities. Well, he sort of got them open.
52.
But the thing is, there were many, many young kids who were playing snooker at that point. They didn't all become multiple world champions. There's something special about him.
53.
Still, at the age of 47, there's something special about him. The balls he knocks in.
$60.
Well, I suppose he could make a century break here. I don't know for once if he's that worried, because match is at a very important stage now. There is a bottom red that goes, so maybe he's still on the hunt for a century.
65.
Like you say, he's done really well here.
$66. $72.
Well, to come out and make a century, if that's what he does after losing a 58-minuter, just tells you everything you need to know
73.
about Mark Williams. There's his wife, Joanne, and their son, Joel.
$80. $82.
So it's almost as if that last frame just didn't happen. He just got on with the job in hand, which is to try and win a third Masters title.
85.
And he's looking here to produce his third century break of the final, and it would be 7th of the tournament. The most anyone's made is 8, Ronnie O'Sullivan, in a single Masters.
$89. $94.
Yeah, I mean, when you think that the last frame there was no breaks, from one of the few frames where there's nothing. And straight away he's managed to just go back to normal. What a break that was. Superb. What a temperament he's got, this man.
Extraordinary. At this juncture, after losing that last frame, Mark Williams with his third century of the final. They're roaring the black in, and it goes. A clearance of 107. Thumbs up from his son, because Dad's back in front. 2 away from the title, leading 8-7. Just yesterday that let us down. We saw none at all.
Mark Williams to go.
Mark Williams, with his third century of the day, leads 8-7. Edging towards what would be a pretty extraordinary hat-trick of titles, given the time span. 1998, 2003, and 20 years on, looking for his third Masters title. Crowd engrossed. They were in the 58-minute frame. They were delighted by the century. Many of them will be here until the last ball, whatever time that is, whatever the scoreline, if it goes down to a decider. Maybe the last ball, who knows? The last black.
Well, now, there's one of those long pots that didn't go in. And he thought maybe it wouldn't be too damaging, but as ever, the red that you lose control of when you miss it has gone near a pocket. So, the question has been asked as to whether Judd can score at this stage. We're going to find out more here because it's a good opportunity. And he hasn't had many of those early in a frame for a while either.
These are the all-time century break makers at the Masters. So Ronnie O'Sullivan comfortably in front, 82, Hendry 46, Higgins 43, Robertson 39. There's Williams and Trump jostling for 5th position. Williams has just edged in front with that last one.
4.
I think he's believing that there is that red that just sticks out of the bottom of the bunch and it will go. Certainly that's what he was having a look at, which would maybe stop him going into them if that was the case. He's deciding maybe that it didn't go after looking at it.
11.
Handy little split though, because he's moved a couple of reds into play.
12.
Well, he had that little run, didn't he, from 1-0 down to 4-1 up. He had a good run of
19.
breaks, 61, 106, 73. Ended the afternoon with an 89, but just a 66 tonight in frame 10. Oh, and this break has come to a rather premature end.
19.
That is a real worry for me. That was a pretty easy shot, wasn't it? Let's make no bones about it. Yes, the pressure's on, but he's always been good under pressure previously. Ultimately, it's no secret that Judd is not playing as well as he can, and we've been saying that. Alan McManus has been saying it. He's not quite the Hollywood player that he was. But missing those can drain your confidence even more. Right when he really needed to do something big, it never happened. And that is not a good kiss, unless there's a plant there.
5.
2 reds. Well, they've got a distance between them, so he could make it. Yeah, he's got to cut the first red very thin. It's not easy. It's all he's got, though. Wasn't a great kiss on the first red there, because it stopped him getting to the one he really wanted to play on. I think he'll be playing down the other end of the table here. This is not an easy shot. Get the cue ball up the other end. Yeah, that is unlucky. That is desperate luck. That's the second plant of the night that's been really unfortunate. This time was Mark. How unlucky can you get?
So, Judd Trump is presented with another opening that surely he has to make the most of now. Well, he's under pressure. Second shot here straight away. How do you like this? 8-7 down in the Masters final when you've been missing a few.
Strange thing is, while you feel that Williams is likely to take over in this match, he's not being left with anything easy. He may have read that he can pot here, I'm not sure. I don't think he can even get to the one that's a thin cut. So everything is with Williams, but he just cannot get that two-frame lead. Well, that's a significant double that he's played with no real way he could leave anything there. Even the red he was playing, he couldn't leave. Not very favourable again there. Red to the middle, which he may well pot, but he's still got to be got these acute angle. He's got no other possibility than this red. Such a good shot, isn't it? Made to look easier than it was.
Well, let's just keep going in. I mean, how does he keep knocking them in? Incredible. He did this in that World Final with Higgins. I mean, that's such a great match. And, of course, John Higgins came right back at him on the last night back in 2018. Looked like Williams would win 18-15. Higgins cleared up to win that next frame. And then you think, well, Mark, he's got to be under pressure now. He knocked one into the middle, made a winning break. That was it. All over.
17.
I mean, he's very good at just putting behind him what's gone before, isn't he? That's the hardest part sometimes. Disappointments of previous frames or shots you've missed. Because everyone does make mistakes. It's almost like he just erases it from his memory. Very difficult to do.
24.
No, that has not worked out. I don't know how he played that even. He must have completely misjudged the sort of cannon he was going to get. He could have played this a lot firmer, or he could have played a screw shot. Now what does he do? I mean, he could get the long stuff out and touch onto the black. But that's it, really. It's another frame which is in the balance, a bit like the frame before last.
Mark Williams, 25.
I guess the good news for anyone who wants to get the last bus home is that the balls in this frame are out in the open and not all nailed to cushions, which is one of the issues in that 58-minute frame.
bottom red of the two close together is potable. Oh, got ever so close to it, didn't he? And now he needs cover. He's not got it. He's not got it. It's dead straight, this, and that's the worry. Now, is he going to be able to screw it back? He's got wonderful cue speed, which means cue power in this case. When he can really unleash on shots like that, then he's almost more comfortable. Beautifully struck.
Well, he's been sort of fighting for scraps this evening, but the point is he is fighting hard here. Another opening for Trump. He's got to take this one, surely. This is to level up at 8 each.
9. $13. 14.
Well, obviously the red to the right is going to be a little tricky, and that's one that you'll certainly need. Can't win the frame before then.
$21.
Strange, because if you're going to play the cannon, you'd almost prefer the red to be a little closer to the cushion. You'd think it'd be better off where it is, but you can easily slip around the back of it, where it currently lies.
22.
It's interesting to see what shot he plays to get access to the red here, because he may play the double. That might be the best option here, you know. That's what he's done. Looks fairly good.
29.
Chance to get a double is not probably that difficult. Never going to be simple to double a ball, but it looks bang on to me. No disappointment there. Of course, he's not getting on the black, but the snooker might be what he thinks is the answer, because one miss out of a snooker would be 28 in it.
Chop.
Got to hit it, Mark Williams.
Well, the double was absolutely thumped in, wasn't it? And as you say, A must make contact, B mustn't leave the yellow on. Well, he got the first part right, but he's left the yellow potable.
This frame is not the same as that long frame, but there's similarities, you know, in the way it's been won. Not with any major breaks.
Yeah, Trump has well and truly played the percentages again. So he's not scoring, but barring snookers, he's going to be level again. And this whole final is coming down now to a very exciting finish. It's been an engrossing evening already, but we're coming down to the crunch.
5.
Judd Trump, you have to say, is fighting really hard here.
9.
Even though his natural scoring game isn't quite there, he's picking off these scrappier frames.
14.
And he's staying with Mark Williams. So many times this week, it looked like he would not be in the position to win the Masters, and there's been times tonight where you could argue the same. But Judd Trump is sticking in there. He's won this frame. And he's levelled the final once again. So a possible 3 frames remain. Judd Trump and Mark Williams just cannot be separated here in the Masters final. We're now level at 8 frames all.
Try to settle down, please. The 17th frame, Judd Trump to break.
8 all with a possible 3 frames left. It's officially a thriller here at the Masters final. Not had that many close finals in general on the tour in recent months, but this one on a knife edge.
Beautiful. It just clipped the right-hand jaw there. But beautiful. Now he's in first. And we saw him get in first and not make very many. Playing before last. Just touched that jaw on the way through. If ever he's going to find his scoring boost, now really is the time.
8. 9.
Well, he made a 30 break in the last frame, but that was his highest break since frame 10.
17.
So still, you feel he's got to improve on that. And perfect chance here in the start of this frame, certainly to build up a big lead.
$24.
This is someone who made early today, career century number 888. So, you know, he's ferociously heavy scorer.
$25.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. There's no doubt about it. It's been one of his great strengths. This is kind of what he needed, something like this, an early in.
32. $33.
Now, is he going to go into the bunch here? Play on a loose red if he wants to. Completely understand under these circumstances why you wouldn't go into them. Feels like you've got to take what's there a little bit more so than in other times at snooker. 2 more red high-value colours available before he thinks about the bunch. It's a pressurised situation.
41.
And you see him just take one further red out there. It's good play.
$47. 48.
I wonder if he'll just stun off the side of the bunch, because he will need some of the other reds left. They're all completely packed together. Yeah.
54.
Don't know if anything of those half a dozen reds is now potable, so the red he's pushed out onto a cushion means that maybe the frame is by no means over. Could also be that the two cushion shot into the bunch is now blocked off by the red that's on the left cushion by the bolt line. Let's see. Well, that way of going, that's unlucky, you know, that's a good effort. As I say, the other way was blocked, so he was unlucky, really, in opening the reds and leaving
59.
nothing. Well, not a frame-winning break, but I would say that's very valuable 59 now. That's seems a lot in the context of what we're seeing.
There are Trump's parents, Steve and Georgina, his great friend Darren as well, who's been with him for years on the circuit. Whenever I used to see Darren years ago, he would always ask me the same thing. First question would always be, do you think Judd can win the World Championship? And when he did win it, it was almost like he didn't know what to say to me. Because, of course, he did do that in 2019, but he's been there in his corner. Of course, his brother Jack as well. Very important part of the team. Well, that was a chance to maybe kill it off, 59-0 up.
I know, and it's one of those, if Mark got in, he could get the frame almost on level terms. Okay, there's that red up the table. Got to pot the first ball, though. Didn't want to jinx him there, but I was just thinking how good he is at those sort of half ball, three-quarter ball angle shots, especially into that left corner. He's knocked in any number tonight. So again, it could be a very interesting frame, this, because he could get right back into it. He won't worry about the red up on the far left of the table at the moment. I can assure you he needs points back into the frame.
In a way, this frame sums up Trump's whole Masters. It's just not quite as straightforward as it could be. And he had the chance after he broke down to get back in, but out of his hands right now. Well, 1,000 points for the match for Williams, for what it's worth.
16. 17.
The red above the pink would be potentially, I think, not potable into a couple of pockets. Marcel desperately trying to ensure that people don't move around in the eye line.
24.
Yeah, that red is not on, and that would be something that could stop Mark here from getting
25.
all the available reds. I don't know if he can get on the pink from his next red. That might be a way around it. Yeah, and I think if he could play on the pink, then of course it opens up the red because it'll go on its own spot then.
32.
Don't think he can do it.
33.
You have to play the little nudge. was always the worry. I thought about that, hitting it full on, snookering yourself.
40.
He can't play the red on the cushion. He's got to play the other red. It's quite a bad shot for Mark. Bit of tension in the arm, no doubt. One thing you know about Judd Trump is that top left side is not easy for him. As a left-hander that plays right-handed with the rest, I always make this point. But it's awkward. It's a blind spot on the table for him, and the bottom right side is exactly the same. So he would like to move the red, I think, rather than play on it.
One.
Well, it's a big target now. I'm certain he'll try and knock this out.
Please make sure it's switched off.
It's the kind of cannon, if you hit this fairly full, it should go somewhere near the top left pocket.
Phone went off there, but all is well again.
He had sort of quite a big target that he missed. You can either hit it directly or off the cushion, which adds it to quite a wide area, but anyway.
Shot from 7.
Quite a good shot, but of course the only safe ball is the one that they're going to play, so nothing else is difficult. Hence, perhaps the red could easily win the frame still. Could be that man who's 26 behind.
Well, one good pot, isn't it, here, really, for Trump? Long potting's been a bit in and out this evening. It's been a real struggle, but if he can knock this in and land on a colour, it looks like he's one away from the title. What an effort he's made. It's not been plain sailing, it's not been big breaks, but he's putting the frames on the board. Standing up to the pressure. Looks like 9-8 Trump.
Five.
It's not been
7.
his normal naughty snooker. It's been very well behaved, actually. So another shift.
10.
Yeah, at times he's been hanging on a bit tonight, but this frame not been quite the case. I think he knew he had to step up, and he has. And that 59 break, it was with the cannon that went wrong, which is the reason he eventually lost the frame. Still wouldn't rule out a decider because it's been that kind of a day, but Judd will be heartened by the fact that he's back in front.
For the first time since he led 6-5. So it's over to Mark Williams to try and take us to a decider as Judd Trump plays one of his exhibition shots to get on the black. What an emotional roller coaster the whole week has been for him. Today's been no different. But he's back in front and he needs one more to become a double Masters champion. His parents like what he's watching. So he needs one, Williams needs 2. Trump leads the Masters final by 9 frames to 8.
Mark Williams to
Mark Williams then needs this frame to take the whole tournament down to a deciding frame. The crowd need to settle. And they're being shushed. Because this is, of course, such a big frame for both players. Trump trying to get over the line, Williams trying to force that decider.
Doesn't seem a lot you can do with these two reds. Got to find a way, Williams, to you know, claw his way back into it. Everything was with him earlier on, but if anything, that frame that was 2 minutes short of an hour slightly took the wind out of his sails, I think, the way he was going. Now the swing has turned in favour of Judd, who's been started to play better, and he needed to. So now it's Williams almost. He's got to find a bit extra. Got to find the answers, hasn't he?
Yeah, it sort of looked at that point like he got his man, Williams. He was 7-6 up, looking for 8-6. You know, Trump had only won one frame tonight, and Mark was playing well. And that frame was definitely significant. Kept Trump in the final, really. But look at that. Look at that for a pot from the Welshman. Brilliant.
Just lines these shots up perfectly, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Pure technique, pure alignment. It's absolutely right. He needs some luck here. I don't know if he's on one. Just feel that these moments now are going against Williams a little bit. It was a good shot, but all the balls have got in the way of each other. Now he's looking at a pretty daring pot. He's looked at the pot up here into the right corner. This is a very, very difficult shot if he plays it. Goodness me.
Mark Williams, 8.
Surprised he took it on, quite honestly. I think that was hard, even for Williams. And he's handed a great opportunity.
Yes, this is Judd Trump's first chance to win the title. Very tough red that Williams has taken on there.
One. Free. Four. Eleven.
Not the perfect angle here. Played it really well, but of course from here
19.
could really do with a nudge into the bunch. 2 reds above it. Well, they're potable, but you can't really get to them.
20.
Into the middle. So this is the shot, isn't it? I don't know if he'll go into the too much pace because he's got those 2 reds to fall back on, but he has to hit it smack in the centre of the top of that little pyramid there. It's worked out well, hasn't it? The black has been covered is the only thing. He'll probably end up playing the red to the left corner. Does the black go to either corner? That's the significant question, I think. I think it will.
Well, it would be something after all the scrapping around tonight if he could win this in one visit.
26.
I think you have to credit his self-belief this week, because there have been times when he's not been producing the goods, but he's stuck in there. He's kept that belief. I know that he's revelled in the atmosphere as well. He's not got down on himself. And what a chance now, Neil, to win the Masters.
33.
Yeah, well, he must be able to see the winning line in sight now, because he's sort of really had to go through a lot this evening to take him to this point. We know one thing, he won't be frightened to win, because he's won it before. I wonder how much he really
34.
was expected to win this week. You know, so many of these big events, people have been speaking about Judd. I'm not sure so many were this week. Yes, he was always on the shortlist, but maybe not right at the top. Maybe that's helped him.
$39. $40.
What a chance. What a chance to put the match away here.
Well, it would surely be one of his most satisfying ever wins, because the well had run a little dry, hadn't it, in terms of titles. Not won one since last March.
48.
But this will be a night he'll remember until his dying breath. His family as well have sat there all day nervously supporting him. Remember, Ryan Day in round 1 had a chance at the respot to beat him 6-3.
55.
And today he's had to get past Mark Williams in the form of his life.
56.
Hung in there when things weren't going his way, and now he's looking to win it in style.
$63.
2 balls to go.
Yeah, and I think that the might feel a lot of relief when the next red goes in, because that really will be it. So this is a good way to end. It's what he was kind of striving for all evening, but it's taken him the whole session really to do this. A punch of the air. When this goes in, he is over the line. His family will be delighted.
Well, in some ways, he's had to work harder than ever.
72.
The last time he won the title, he outplayed Ronnie O'Sullivan. This has been so hard fought. There's been so many moments where you thought it's not going to happen for him, and that's been the story all week. 2 deciders along the way. But
77.
this tells you a lot about Judd Trump, the way he's finished it off. The first chance he got in this frame, he's made a match, indeed a tournament-winning break.
Yeah, all credit to him. Yeah, he's found his best. It was in there somewhere, wasn't it? And he
83.
very patiently
84.
sort of strode through these matches. Sometimes not so much falling over the line, but just getting the job done just about. It's kind of been like that today, but now he's playing his best. So patience is a virtue. All the practice
91.
and the work is paying off.
We saw it with Mark Selby at the English Open. These players are just too good to go too long without winning a tournament. And who's to say what can happen now for the rest of the season for Trump? Wants to get on this yellow for the century, of course. To bring the curtain down 99. On the week with a century break. That is how you win a major title. All the pressure of the day is now gone, and he's produced a wonderful break to win it.
$104. $108.
The crowd are having their own fun now, and
13.
why wouldn't you let them do it at this stage? Must be a great feeling. He's got the job done. It's almost like the lap of honour, isn't it, this? What a shot this is.
119.
What a shot. Fantastic. Brilliant.
What a finish. For the second time, Judd Trump wears the crown at the Palace. A thrilling Masters final finally goes his way. The first chance he got in the last frame, he took it out with a wonderful 1-2-6 about. And Judd Trump, it didn't look likely, did it, in that first match against Ryan Day? It could have been a very different feeling for him on this Sunday night, watching someone...